All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krsnici.
Thank you. I note that all the accused are present in court today. We will now continue the hearing of the evidence of prosecution, witness W01453. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. I note for the record that duty counsel Mr. Hodai is present in the courtroom. Good morning, witness.
Bienvenidos.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I remind you, witness, to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take a break, please let us know and an accommodation will be made. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth, as stated by you in your solemn declaration. I also remind you that the assurances provided to you on Monday by the panel are still applicable, and that refusal to give testimony may be sanctioned with the imposition of a fine. We are ready to proceed. The prosecution is still asking the questions. Please give them your attention. Mr. Pach.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning, witness. Before we broke off yesterday, we were looking at a document where there was a mention of a soldier being requested to report to the brigade because he was not displaying behavior becoming of a soldier. You told us that you were not familiar with that specific case, but it could have been that his behavior was not becoming of a soldier, and they would have suggested that he should report to the brigade because of his behavior. Could you tell the judges what could happen once a soldier reported to the brigade because of issues with his behavior?
Po zakonisht është marrë me këtë çështje brigada.
Usually the brigade dealt with this. They either restricted his activity or actions or seized his weapon.
And when you say they restricted his activity or actions, what does that mean exactly?
Po zakonisht brigada dhe në komandën e zonës
Usually the brigade and the zone command would seize the weapon from the undisciplined soldier, and that soldier would then be sent to work in the kitchen.
Kind of undiscipline, let's say, could lead to such measures being taken?
po ka mund ndodhë për shkak të ndonjë raport.
That would have been the case in the event of a report which is inaccurate, or shots fired in places where there was no fighting going on, or other violations of internal disciplinary rules.
And where were those internal disciplinary rules present or captured, let's say?
Kom pas një rregullore.
I had a regulation which we implemented. I had received this from the office of the representative of the KLA, Mr. Adem Demaci.
And when you received that, did you give it or a copy of it to anyone else within the zone or the brigades?
Po ka qenë dokument publik.
Yes, this was a public document for the brigade command, for the legal office at the brigade command. This was a regulation, from what I can remember, which had been taken and then adapted, taken from the Albanian army and then adapted to the internal rules of our army.
Do you recall when you first received these regulations that you're talking about?
Koha e saktë nuk më kujt.
I don't recall the exact time, but this must have been most probably sometime in January.
Of 1999?
Ose në fund të 98-s.
Either at the end of 98, December, or beginning 99, but I don't know exactly.
And you mentioned a little earlier that the brigade and the zone command could, for example, seize the weapon. Focusing on the brigade, who within the brigade could take such measures? Who was authorized to do that?
Ka qenë komandanti I brigadës.
The brigade commander.
And then at the zone level, who within the zone level had the authorization to decide, for example, that a soldier's weapon should be taken away from him?
Po aspektin regulative ka përgatit shefi I zyrës ligjore.
The head of the legal office dealt with the regulation aspects, and the decision was then taken by the zone commander.
And who is the head of the legal office within the Neradim zone?
Nëse nuk gaboj,
If I'm not mistaken, I remember now, it was Sami Hayrullahu.
In or around the area of the Neradim operational zone headquarters, was there any location or place where soldiers could be detained or held?
ka qenë një vend
There was a location in the courtyard of the brigade command. This was not a detention site. It was just a room where they stayed and they had the right to go out in the courtyard or work in the kitchen, and this was regulated by the rules.
And what kind of behavior would have led a soldier to have been sent to this room, as you described it?
po në rast se ka rreziku ushtatet
If the soldier endangered other soldiers by firing shots at a building or committed other disciplinary violations, measures were taken, or at least these actions were reviewed by the legal office, and then their opinion or decision was brought to the commander for signature.
Do you recall any specific instances where this happened, to your knowledge, where a soldier was sent to this room in the zone area?
ka pas raste, po nuk më kujt.
There were cases, but I do not recall any specific case.
Do you recall how long the soldier could be sent to this room for? How many days or what period of time?
Tani nuk më kujtohet.
I do not recall exactly, but if I'm not wrong, this was up to 20 days as per the rules.
Do you recall having previously stated that it could be for 25 days, for example?
S'po më kujtohet, po
I do not recall, but it might have been the case. I do not know exactly the number of days, but it might be 25 days, but no more than that.
I'd like to call up U009-1596-U009-1662, alongside with the English translation, which is U009-1596-U009-1641 ET, and we'll start with the first page at both, please. Witness, on the left, you see a document in Albanian, and on the right is its English translation. Does the document on the left of your screen in Albanian look familiar to you?
nuk po më kujtohet.
I do not recall this form.
And if we could please turn in both to page ending 1607. And witness, this is another page from the same document that I just showed you the cover page for. And I'm going to read to you from paragraph 20, and then I have some questions. Paragraph 20. The disciplinary measures which can be imposed in the KLA. For soldiers and NCOs on obligatory active service. Reprimand, warning, confined to barracks, extra duties, leave allowance cut by up to 50%, disciplinary confinement up to 25 days, discharge from duty, and reduced to the ranks, sergeant and corporal. I'll stop there. Witness, does this look familiar to you?
Realisht këtë rregullore, nëse ka qenë kjo rregullore,
If this was the regulation, the legal officials should have been familiar with this. I was not able to know all the documents or regulations. What strikes me in this regulation is point G, discharge from duty and the reduced to the ranks sergeant. This article could not have been implemented because we did not have ranks at the times. There were no sergeants or corporals. So this could be a regulation received from Albania.
Saw or you heard at point C of what I just read that one of the options for disciplinary measures was confined to barracks. And does that correspond with what you were telling us earlier, that they would be limited to a particular room, for example?
po përkon ndalim.
Yes, it corresponds. It's a disciplinary confinement. It matches these measures.
Disciplinary confinement up to 20 days. You initially said up to 20, but I think you agreed it could be 25. Is that correct?
Po realisht nuk e di.
Yes, again, I do not know the exact duration of the disciplinary confinement. However, these were days, not months.
And at point D that I read out, we have extra duties. I think earlier you mentioned something about the soldier being made to work in the kitchen. Would that constitute an extra duty in terms of a disciplinary measure, to your recollection?
Po në moment.
Yes. From the moment the brigade commander would seize the weapon, that soldier would still be a KLA soldier, uniformed one, without a weapon, and who, instead of being sent to the front lines, he would be sent to the kitchen to carry out tasks related to the kitchen.
We can take this document down. Witness, did you ever send any civilians or soldiers who had been arrested or stopped to Klečka?
Unë drejt për drejt nuk.
I do not have any direct knowledge of any persons having been arrested. However, there were words and there was talk amongst the population about such things.
And in relation to persons that were said to have been arrested, did you yourself ever send any such person to Klečka in 98 or 99?
Jo, si të arrestuar.
No, never arrested persons. However, in 98, we had points where people were stopped. These people were identified. Inquiries were conducted as to the reasons why they were entering Kosovo Liberation Army held territory, after which they were either released or redirected. The purpose was to prevent any identification of our army positions and deployment.
You said they would be released or redirected. Where would they be redirected to?
Poc a fost rostul
There were cases where, when even my brother was stopped, who was a member of the chairmanship of the LDK, he requested to go to Negrovsk. The soldiers were not convinced about his reasons, which were that he was to meet with the spokesperson of the KLA, Jakub Krasniqi. The soldiers were not convinced because they did not believe that the spokesperson of the KLA would be in Negrovsk. Therefore, they escorted him up to Negrovsk, at which point we understood that this location, Negrovsk that is the birthplace of Jakub Krasniqi.
Do you recall yourself ever either directing someone who had been stopped to go to Klečka or instructing that such a person be sent to Klečka?
Uzimet ushtarët I kanë
The soldiers received their instructions from the unit commanders. If I gave an instruction, that would have been for the soldiers to be cautious, to prevent people from disseminating intelligence or information, and make sure where these people wanted to go and their intentions. So in cases when there were suspicions as to the reasons for travel, the soldiers would escort that person.
And do you recall having issued any instructions that people should be sent to Klečka?
edhe një herë se di.
Could you please repeat the question?
Do you recall giving instructions that any person should be sent to Klečka?
Nuk po më kujtohet.
I do not recall, but if any person asked to go to Klečk and I was there, then obviously I would have instructed the soldiers to escort that individual to Klečk.
I'd like to put a prior statement pursuant to Rule 143 B and C.
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to call up IT 0366 P160 TRET, and we'll look at page 84, lines 19 to 24, which in the Albanian it's the same ERN but dash 80, and there it'll be from page 85, lines 20 to 25. Now, witness, this is from your 2003 ICTY statement. On this point, I'm actually going to refer to three things you've said, two of them in this statement, and then one in your 2005 testimony, and only then will I ask you a question. Here we see, as usually you can follow on the screen in Albanian or listen to the interpretation, the following answer you provided. And if, and when arrests took place, and when I'm asked what to do, well, I would just instruct the person who'd approach and ask me this question, just bring this case to Klečka or send him to Klečka, because, as I said, I wasn't the person who, with well-defined responsibilities. Next, I'd like to go to ITO 366 P160A TR-ET, and there we'll look at page 2, lines 6 to 18. And in Albanian, that's the same ERN, but dash 80. And there we'll look at page 2, lines 8 to 22. So witness, what's being called up now is another part from the same ICTY 2003 statement. As I said, I'll read this as well before turning to your 2005 testimony. And here the exchange goes as follows. Question. And you mentioned a moment ago that when an inquiry was made, you actually directed that person to go to Klečka. Answer. Yes. Question. Was that a collection point in Klečka during this period, during June and July 1998, for people who had been arrested? Answer. I don't know where they were to be taken, but I directed people there because I know that people of higher authority were there. Question. Because essentially Klečka was your superior sort of formation? Answer. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I would get instructions from Commander Cheliku. And finally, before I ask you another question, witness, I'm going to take you to your 9 March 2005 testimony, and that is at IT 0366 T4002-T4087, unredacted, core, interp, page 52, line 24, to page 53, line 12. In Albanian, that is IT 0366, 9 March 2005, TR 8080, Part 2, unredacted, page 22, line 21, to page 23, line 13. So witness, as I've been saying, what I'm going to read next is now from your 2005 testimony. And after I read this excerpt, I will ask you some questions. Yes, so in English I'm starting from line 24 on this page, so we will soon need to go to the next page. I will read now, witness. Question. Well, you've given an answer to a question that I haven't asked yet. But if we could go back to the question that I did ask, which is, you sent people who were arrested to Klečka in this time period, June, July 1998, and the reason being, you thought people most responsible for these matters, that is arrests, were in Klečka. Isn't that right? Answer. The interpretation of the word arrest here is wrong. I cannot say that I've arrested people. I stopped people. And when I was suspicious of them, I of course tried to clarify what was in question, why that person was in that territory. And of course, when I was not able to decide, I sent them to Klečka, in a sense that there were people who could know them. There were also people from general staff who could orient these people and say what to do with them, where to send them, whether they should be allowed to enter our territories or not. Now, witness, having reviewed these 3 excerpts, could you tell us whether what you said here is correct in your 2003 statement and your 2005 testimony?
Informacioni I saktë është interpretimi që kam bërë.
The accurate information is the interpretation I made of my testimony in 2005. The word arrest was used by the investigator. I explained that this had nothing to do with arrest because I did not arrest people. I stopped people, I identified them. If we had suspicions as to the reasons of that person, that he was bad intention to the KLA, we would send that person back. If that person insisted to go to a specific place, then we oriented him to Klečk because this was a larger area with more people, and that person could have known somebody there, an officer or a soldier of the KLA, who would then have decided what to allow this person to do or not. We consider this area as a free territory from Klečka to Malishev, that is, and from there to Dukajin. So we attempted to prevent allowing people to go through this territory, people who were ill-intentioned as to the sensitive information about the KLA. This was the interpretation and explanation I provided during the trial in 2005.
As you can see on your screen and as you heard in 2005, in relation to Klečka, you also said there were also people from general staff who could orient these people and say what to do with them, where to send them, whether they should be allowed to enter war territories or not. Is that correct?
Yes, this was my impression at the time, that there were people in the general staff, as well as other soldiers, who would know better than me as to what to do, whether they should carry on or be returned.
In your response earlier, you mentioned that if we had suspicions as to the reason of that person, that he was bad intention to the KLA. What would render a person, what would lead you to believe a person had bad intentions to the KLA?
Well, if nobody knew that person, and this person claimed to go to a place where we suspected there would have been an objective of identifying forces of the KLA, then we would be suspicious, because there were a lot of civilians who had no IDs on them, because Serbian forces had either burned them or taken away from them. So we couldn't identify who that person was, despite what they would have said. So there were many problems at the time in identifying individuals. And of course, our actions were in line with the situation. So we tried to be careful at the time. And in the free territory, what we called the free territory, there were a lot of people who resided there and could recognize people, as well as the military structures. And therefore, their further movement to Malishev or towards Dukajin meant that we were a lot more careful.
And do you recall any doctors having been stopped or prevented from traveling through a certain part of the Nureddin zone in the summer of 1998?
No, I cannot remember that.
With your leave, Your Honor, person through 1432 BC, I would like to show a document.
Go ahead.
And it's actually the same transcript that's on our screen, witness, which is the 9th March 2005. And in this case, could we please go to page 33 in the English, line 22, until page 35, line 8. And in the Albanian, it's going to be page 2, line 22, to page 3, line 12. So witness, once again, this is from the same testimony in 2005 that we happen to be looking at. I'm going to read some answers and questions, and then I'll ask you a question or two. And this is part of the answer. There have been other cases with doctors in July who we prevented, we delayed from going to treat soldiers wounded in the fighting in Rahovets and in other places. Question: and why did you delay those doctors? For what reason? Answer: if those doctors told us that they were doctors, we would have, of course, have tried to find that out, or to find out whether they harbored another intention in trying to go to that place. So keeping them there, stopping them for 1 or 2 hours in Belenaya once, the general staff criticized us for doing that because we had delayed them. But if we didn't know people, who they were, we stopped them, did not allow them to go into the war territory. So it was only when they insisted very much, then we could think twice. Is what you answered here in your 2005 testimony correct?
Yes, it is correct, because we could have caused damages in terms of verifying these individuals without IDs. So we were suspicious up until there was somebody who recognized them as a doctor, and we were told that yes, he is a doctor and must go to the military hospital immediately. And at the time, I didn't know where that was, for, say, surgery, because we had wounded soldiers.
And here you testified that the general staff criticized us for doing that because we had delayed them. Who from the general staff criticized you and or others for stopping these doctors?
Well, at the time, Fatmir Lima, I thought, was also a member of the general staff. So perhaps a criticism from him, and I assume that it was from the general staff. And Fatmir Lima also referred to the fact that the general staff has said that the doctor has been delayed. So it was mostly an impression rather than knowledge on my part. Because as I said yesterday, I didn't know the members of the general staff in June. At the end of June, beginning of July, I got to know who the spokesperson of the KLA was, and at around the end of July, we started to get to know more or less who the members of the general staff were.
And just for clarity, in the response that I read out from your testimony, you mentioned that this incident with the doctors was in July. Is that July of '98?
Yes, in 1998.
We can take this document down, and Your Honor, with your leave, I would need to move briefly into private session for the protection of certain individuals. At this point, I don't anticipate being in private session for longer than 2 or 3 minutes.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer. Witness, it is necessary for us to go into private session because there are some witnesses whose names are protected, and we must continue to protect them. But this will only be for a short time.
Thank you.
Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Witness, do you recall in 1998 or 1999 coming across a group of persons who claimed they were coming from prison in Lapushnik?
Nu po më kujtohet.
I cannot recall that.
Your Honor, with your leave, I'd like to show the witness a prior statement pursuant to Rule 143(2)(b) and C.
Go ahead.
I'd like to call up IT 0366 P160A-TR-ET, and I'll read from page 19, line 18 to page 21, line 4, and in Albanian, that is the same ERN but -AT, and the pages in Albanian will be from page 20, line 21 to page 22, line 5. Once again, witness, what I'm going to read to you now are some questions and answers from your 2003 statement. After I do so, I will then refer to your testimony in 2005, and then I have some questions for you. I will now read, as I said, to be clear, from the 2003 statement. Question. Sorry, I'm just looking at in the English, which should be at page 19, line 18. Yes. Okay. Question. On the 25th and 26th of July, there was a big offensive on Lapushnik, and Serb forces actually took over this place. And the whole place was empty, and some prisoners were released on this day. Is it not correct that you ran into a large group of released prisoners in Kroimir who were brought there on a tractor? Answer. Yes, I've seen them. Question. Can you describe this? Answer. Yes. As far as I can remember, because it was these moments when the civilian population was moving, fleeing. So it was a total chaos, a mess. Frankly speaking, when I came across this tractor, I thought they were civilians. I thought they were civilian population, and I wondered why they were all males on this tractor. So I stopped the tractor, and I asked, "Where are you coming from?" And they said, "We come from Lapushnik." They explicitly said, "We are coming from the prison of Lapushnik." And I was taken a little aback at this time, so I didn't know how to react to this. I told them to wait. So I told them to wait, and I made it clear to them that I was going to gather information on what to do further with them. I tried to get and speak on the phone. Fortunately, there were people from Klečka there at the time. Question, in Kroimir or? Answer, yeah, in Kroimir. People from Lapushnik, people being in Klečka, but coming from Lapushnik. And there were rumors that these detainees were released. I don't know how long it did last for me to gather information about this, but what I know is that I returned to them and said to them, "You're free to go." And I just made a point. As you understand, it's an offensive going on, and if you take the Libyan direction, you'll practically run into the Serb hands. Now, witness, as I said, I'm going to take you next to an excerpt from your 2005 testimony, and that will be from IT 0366 T4002-T4087, unredacted core interp, page 72, line 2, until page 73, line 1. In Albanian, it's IT 0366 9 March 2005-TR-AT, part 3, unredacted, page 3, line 16, to page 4, line 19. So witness, as I said, this is now from your 2005 testimony in the Lima case. Answer. The tractor that I stopped on the 23rd or 24th of July, I stopped it because there were men on board. There were civilians, and they intended to go in the direction of the villages in the plain, and that's why I stopped that tractor. And of course, I wasn't in position to decide what to do with these tractors. Question. And you tried to get in touch with Klečka, isn't that right? Answer. Yes, I tried to establish contacts with Klečka in order to see what to do with the civilian tractors. Question. And later you had a conversation with Fatmir Limaj about this tractor from Lapushnik, isn't that right? Answer. I had conversation with many people regarding these issues because I thought that I wasn't doing the right thing when I allowed the tractors to. Question. Sir, if you could focus on Fatmir Limaj, you had a conversation with Fatmir Limaj, isn't that right? Answer. Yes, I had not only one conversation, but many conversations with him. Question. And you told him about the tractor, and he told you that you had done the right thing, isn't that right? Answer. I discussed the issue of the tractors that I allowed to proceed in that direction, and I always had this conviction that I did not do the right thing. And for this issue, I discussed it not only with Fatmir Limaj, but with many others, especially with Jakub Krasniqi, because I suspected that I might have allowed them to proceed in the direction of the occupying forces. Now, witness, is what I read from your 2003 statement and 2005 testimony on this issue with the people on the tractors correct?
Pokio,
Yes, it's clear that it's correct because, yes, I did have this idea of when we allowed the tractor to go ahead, because there was a concern before that date, before that year, there were other civilian massacres. And the risk that allowing civilians, and in particular adult males, to go towards Serbian forces was high. So my worry was that they would have been put at risk by my allowing them to go towards the plain.
And is it correct that one or more of the people on the tractor told you, we are coming from the prison of Lapushnik, as you stated?
I do not remember that because in 2005, when I spoke of this matter, I said that I didn't have the statement to correct it or clarify it because I was using other people's words. And I do not know exactly what their situation is like, but I know that it wasn't just a single tractor, but others. And but this was more special because there were adult males in it. There were also other tractors which were allowed to go to the plain, which we tried to stop because of the high risk and danger posed. So this is what I've also stated in 2005.
Clear witness in 2003, you said, they explicitly said, and then you quoted, we are coming from the prison of Lapushnik, end of quote. Do you recall having said that in 2003?
I do not recall that right now, but I can see the testimony I gave in 2005, in which I said that there were many tractors, and that indeed is the truth.
Is it also the truth, as you testified in 2005, that you discussed this issue with the people on the tractor, with Fatmir Limaj and many others, especially Jakub Krasniqi?
Yes, that is correct. I spoke to a lot of people because I was worried by this. I was always worried by this action of mine, and I discussed this with Fatmir Limaj and asked I was asked directly whether I spoke to Fatmir Lima, and I spoke to many others, including Jakub Krasniqi, when Jakub Krasniqi came out as the spokesperson of the KLA, as to whether I had acted in the right manner or not.
I don't think we've specified the year. We talk about July. Is this July of 1998 when this incident took place?
Yes, it is 1998.
Your Honor, once again, I would need to move briefly into private session for the protection of certain individuals. I don't anticipate I would need more than 3 to 5 minutes this time.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
All right. We'll break until 10 minutes after the hour. Thank you. We adjourn until 10:10.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. Mr. Potch, what's your time estimate now?
I will finish within this session, so by 11, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Potch, you may continue your examination.
Thank you. Witness, do you recall meeting one or more KVM representatives around February of 1999?
Eu spun cu
No, I don't.
Do you recall meeting any internationals at all around February of 1999?
nu costumo cu tu.
I don't recall.
Do you recall ever discussing prisoners or detainees held by the KLA with anyone outside of the KLA?
Eu spun.
No, I don't.
I'd like to call up P00861, please. And we'll go to the page ending 60777. And witness, as you can see on your screen, this is a document. We only have it in English. It's a report from the OSCE, and we see that it's referring to February of 1999, as indicated here. And I'm going to ask to now turn to page endings 60779. I'm going to read from the second paragraph on this page. You may listen to the interpretation in Albanian, and then I have a question or two. Our KLA LNO with CC Uroshevich Commander and KVM Human Rights Field Director visited KLA Zone Commander Shukri Buya, having our weekly meeting. The two issues discussed were the overall security situation referred to OSCE personnel and visiting prisoners of war held by KLA. Shukri Buya stated he believed OSCE personnel could be used by Serb authorities as hostages or detained if foreign military forces entered Kosovo. Shukri further stated KLA would provide OSCE personnel in his AOR with protection if the situation warranted. Shukri Buya further stated he didn't see any need for outside personnel to check KLA's prisoners. He stated holding only Albanians and their families were free to come and see the prisoners anytime they wished. The KVM team attempted to convince him that other commanders were allowing visits to prisoners, and this would allow KMV to request the Serbian authorities to open their jails so that we might check detained Albanians. Shukri Buya still refused, and the meeting was closed. We took up this issue of prisoners after the meeting with KLA civilian officials, and they stated they would work on the issue. Do you recall this incident or this conversation with internationals?
Nuk po më kujtohet.
I don't recall. However, it is possible that I said this.
Did the area of responsibility of Brigade 162 cover Bob?
Po ishte territori
Yes, this was in the territory of Kaçanik. Bob is part of the municipality of Kaçanik.
What building or buildings or structures the KLA used in Bob?
jo, këtë nuk e di se
No, I don't, because I was not in Bob during the war.
Do you have any knowledge of a KLA kitchen or canteen being located in or near Bob?
nuk po më kujtohet.
I don't recall. However, the army did have kitchens. Now, whether they had one in Bob or not, I wouldn't know.
Responsibility of Brigade 162 cover Bicech?
Edhe një herë se s'e di.
Could you please repeat the question?
Did Bicech fall under the area of responsibility of Brigade 162?
Po, e thash,
Yes. As I mentioned, the villages within the municipality of Kaçanik were in the area of responsibility of Brigade 162. A part of this was under KLA control, and a larger part was under Serb forces control.
Election, the part of the ones that were under KLA control?
nuk e di saktë.
I do not know exactly, because during 99 our forces made continuous movements back and forth, so I wouldn't know.
Around March of 1999, Bicech was under KLA control.
Kohën kur unë kam depërtuar
At the time when I penetrated in the territory under Brigade 162 control, I remember those villages, not by name, but as I mentioned yesterday, I do know I spent a night in the location called the Rambuye house, Kula. It was in the mountains, and I stayed over there for one night.
Kai, part of Brigade 162 area responsibility.
Po, ka qenë pjesë e brigade.
Yes, it was.
How about Varosh?
Varushi është fshat në
Varash is a village in the municipality of Ferizaj, if I'm not wrong.
And did that fall under Brigade 162 or some other unit?
Jo, Varushi
No, Varash was most probably under the responsibility of Brigade 161, which covered the area of Ferizaj. And during the war, we did not have access to Varash, which was very close, adjacent to Ferizaj, and these both locations were out of our control until the end of the war.
Did you say that Varosh fell under Brigade 161?
Po, në zonë
Yes, under the area of responsibility of Brigade 161.
And I think you mentioned yesterday about a particular KLA unit based in Ferizaj. Could you remind us what unit or units of the KLA were based in Ferizaj in 99?
në Ferizaj nuk ka pas
There were no units based in Ferizaj. However, towards the end of the war, meaning in June 99, when the Serb forces started their retreat, the special unit operated there.
And I'd like to call up 036622-036837, and there we'll look at page 036805, and the Albanian version is 077039-077258, and there we'll look at page 077225. And we will zoom in on the photo and caption on the bottom left corner of both pages, please. So witness, while we get to the page, as you can see, this is going to be a page from the book by Hairosh Kartai that you are a co-editor of. And we're going to zoom in on the image in the bottom left corner in both. Thank you. So witness the image on your screen. As you can see, there is a caption beneath it, and that caption reads, "The headquarters of 162nd Brigade, Agimbairami, at a work meeting." Are you familiar with this location pictured in this image?
Jo.
No, I'm not.
We can take this down. I apologize, it's from the same, I actually need to call up the same item. It's from a different page, please. So again, yes. And this time in English, we're going to go to page 036740. And in Albanian, we're going to go to page 077160. And we can zoom in on the two images at the bottom half of the page, please, in both. So witness, this is another page from the same book by Harish Kortai that we were just looking at. And we see that these two images on your screen now, both of them are in Serbian, but the caption on the left is in Albanian, the caption on the right is in English. And that caption reads, "The list of local Serbian police in Kačanik recorded on 12/29/1998. Do you recognize this document?
Jo, nuk e kam.
No, I haven't seen it before.
And we'll next turn to a more clear image of this document. And for that purpose, let's please call up P01018 alongside P01018ET. So witness, as I mentioned, this seems to be a better quality version of the document, an image of which we saw in Harish Kortai's book. And we see it has the number 4198 and the date 29 December 1998. And the title reads, "List of persons who registered for local security of Kačanik municipality." And witness, have you ever heard of the local security of Kačanik municipality?
Kam dëgjuar,
I have heard, but mostly after the war.
And what did you hear about them after the war?
se ka pas njerëz të cilët
I heard that people were recruited by the Serbian forces in Kačanik and the surrounding area.
To be clear, that's not something you heard during the war, right?
gjatë luftës ka pas fjalë
There were words during the war, but after the war this became clearer. And as I see here, this is a document produced to the Serb armed forces containing names, surnames. However, I cannot say more about the content of this statement because I don't know.
And now I'd like to go back to the book we were looking at, which again is 036622-036837 in English. And there we'll look at pages 036703 until the next page. And in Albanian it's 077039, 077258. And then we'll look at page 077123. And I'll be reading from the bottom part of the page in English. Witness again to orient you. This is another page. Sorry, I see that the Albanian, the ERN is wrong. It's not the correct document. It's 077039-077258. And the page in Albanian is 077123. PDF page 88, if that helps. So witness, as I was saying, this is another page from the same Harish Kortai book you're a co-editor of, and I'm going to read in English from the bottom of this page, and then I have some questions for you. And to give you some context, what I'm going to read, the author is referring to the Kotlina massacre of the 24th of March 1999, and he states as follows. It is worth mentioning here that several local Albanian policemen were part of this massacre, and all others in the commune of Kaçanik, also included in the list number 41 of 98 in Kaçanik of 12/29/1998. They were led by the violent chieftain of the Kaçanik commune, Ognjenović Radoslav. The official Serbian list includes, and then the author lists several names. I will mention some of them: Agimidrizi, Lanisht, Rahim Ilezi, Gjurgjedel, Nezir Topoyani, Soponica, Riza Kiki, Gaire, Seyfullah Molaku, Ivaya, Izak Luta, Ivaya, Bashkim Loku, Kotlina. After listing these people, as we can see, the author states the following: whether consciously or subconsciously, these misguided souls served the enemy and harmed the Albanian people. Now, witness, as I mentioned, these people and these words are contained in a book that you are the co-editor of. Did you have any comments or remarks for the author about this particular excerpt where these people are named and those accusations are made?
Nuk e di sakt, po
I do not know for certain, but Tyler Shkurta most probably referred to these Serb documents, which are authenticity I don't know. And I think the author can explain himself the comments made here.
The co-editor of this book, once you did read the book, did you tell the author anything at all about this part where these people are mentioned in this context?
First of all, I mentioned yesterday that I have not read the book, but that I read some material that he needed for his master's degree. And I don't recall these materials as part of those used for the master's degree. The author of the book asked me for a favor to put my name as editor of those in order to make a powerful promotion for some public figures in Kosovo. As a matter of fact, he had told me that the book would be quite different from what he presented in his research work to obtain his master's degree.
We have information that the people I mentioned to you, the names I read out alongside their villages, are among people who were detained in locations including Bob, Ivaya, or both around March of 1999. Do you know anything about those incidents?
nu kam.
No, I do not have any information.
We can take the document down. Witness, do you know Eyüp Runyeva?
Urunjeva is a village in the municipality of Kaçanik.
Someone called Eyüp Runyeva, also known as Commander Era or Era.
Po, kam njoft.
Yes, I knew Eyüp Urunjeva, who was an officer in Brigade 162.
And to your recollection, was he an officer in Brigade 162 throughout 1999?
Nëse nuk gaboj, po.
If I'm not wrong, yes.
Do you know Fadil Chaka or Tsaka?
Në shemër, po më kujtohet.
The name is familiar, but I'm not certain.
How about Nuhi Provolio?
Eu spun kujtohet.
No, I don't recall this one.
Have you ever heard that name in any context?
Eu spun
No, I'm not able to remember that.
Tafili?
eu as
No, neither we are Tafile.
Rustem Dema?
Rustem Dem
Rustem Dema, the name is familiar, yes.
To your recollection, was he a Kele member?
nuk e di sakt,
I do not know exactly, but Rustem Dema, if it is the same Rustem Dema who was a KLA soldier, yes.
Which unit or battalion brigade was that Rustem Dema a part of, to your knowledge?
eu këtë nuk mund ta di.
No, I do not know this.
Do you know Zechir Ajami?
Eu
No.
Vera Ajami?
nuk mund kujtohet.
I cannot recall that. I don't think I know him.
Edhe një herë,
Once again, please.
Jarku?
si mbiemër Zho,
The surname Jargo, yes, but Ilir, first name, I do not remember that.
And Mohamed Zeneli?
eu sunt
No, I do not remember.
Witness in or after March of 1999, did you hear or learn anything about anyone being detained by KLA members in Bob, Ivaya, or both around February or March of 99?
eu në të
No. At the time, there was no report, not official or non-official, about something like that.
And how about at any time after February or March 1999? Did you hear anything about that from any source?
eu
No, I've not heard about this.
Do you know anything about the trial of Eyüp who you said you knew, Rustem Dema, who you may also know alongside Enver Ajami, Buyar Tafili, and Nuhi Provolio in Kosovo after the war concerning allegations of crimes in locations including Bob and Ivaya in February and March 2003?
po kam dëgjuar për
Yes, I have heard about a trial, and it was my conviction that they were innocent because there was never information or reports that zone commanders committed those actions. But the names that you stated, I remember only Eyüp Runyeva out of those.
And witness, is it your evidence that other than the one person we discussed in private session specifically, you have no knowledge of any deprivation of liberty, mistreatment, or other crimes committed by any KLA members in 1998 or 1999?
i nderuar unë
So, first of all, for quite a long time, I was outside of Kosovo. For quite an amount of time, I was in prison. Then I went to Switzerland. And from the age of 22 to the age of 31, I could not know people in Kosovo, and neither could I undertake any actions about people I did not know. In addition, whilst in command of the Narodima operational zone in the KLA, if I'd had any information, then of course I would have reprimanded that these actions would not take place. But in fact, I had no information, and I do not believe that KLA soldiers, in particular officers of the Narodima operational zone, would have undertaken any such actions. Therefore, during EU Prunieva's court case, I doubted the decision or the authenticity of those decisions.
Witness, have you heard about any KLA member within any part of the Nuradim operational zone being investigated by the KLA in any way in relation to the way they treated a civilian?
Josip says,
No, because we didn't have the mechanisms to that extent, because our conviction, mine, along with my actions, was that civilians would be treated in the best possible way. You also need to bear in mind that at the time we were conducting fierce fighting also in terms of gaining the sympathy of our own people, to gain the sympathy of the international actors. And each action of ours, according to my conviction of the then time and according to officers and actions vis-à-vis civilians in particular, if the perception would be given as something, a criminal action or terrorist action, would harm the KLA. So this was a lot of work that we did to take care in this regard, and that is why the investigations that could have happened with regard to a soldier, it could have happened after the war, but this was my conviction all the time.
And you said it could have happened after the war, the investigation. To your knowledge, after the war, did the KLA or any members who were in the KLA investigate any instances of mistreatment of civilians during the war?
unuk besoj që
I don't think they investigated because there wasn't a mechanism to investigate.
And I've asked you about investigation. I'm going to now ask you about punishment. Have you ever heard about any KLA member within any part of the Nuradim operational zone being punished by the KLA in any way for the way the KLA member treated a civilian?
do një shkelje disciplinore
Perhaps a disciplinary measure or infringement might have been addressed, but in relation to any other infringements, we did not have any such mandate in the operational zone, war zone.
So to make sure I'm understanding, you had a mandate to address a disciplinary measure of a soldier, but no mandate to address any crimes or actions, incorrect actions, let's put it that way, against civilians?
poralisht
Well, actually, we didn't have any mechanisms, so there was no court in the area, no investigator, no such types of actions of justice-related bodies. We had a regulation, which was stated earlier, and if there were any disciplinary infringements, we could take certain actions to a particular level as to the possibility provided by the regulation to take measures as zone command.
Would a crime or any sort of offense against a civilian, to your knowledge, fall within that framework of a disciplinary infringement?
nëse se ka
If an action was unbecoming towards a civilian vis-à-vis disciplinary measure, then this action could have been taken by the brigade commander and the legal office of the zone. But I'm referring to disciplinary actions which were not becoming of KLA soldiers.
And are you aware of any action taken by a brigade commander or anyone else against a KLA member, punishing them for what they did in relation to a civilian?
Nu cum kujtohem.
I cannot remember.
Your Honor, we have no further questions for this witness, and at this time I have a tender to make pursuant to Rule 143(2)(c).
Is it a lengthy tender?
Your Honor, what I propose to do, I can state it in brief. I don't propose to read ERNs. We have an email almost ready to go, which we could then do at the break. So if there's going to be litigation, perhaps we can have that before the break.
I'm going to suggest that you file that today, as you said, your list. Defense can file objections in writing by close of business Tuesday, and then we will make reply by prosecution is possible if you wish by Wednesday, close of business.
Your Honor, we would recommend not to proceed that way because in our submissions it's important before the start of cross-examination for the defense to know what has and has not been admitted, and that is also consistent with this panel's prior rulings where prior statements pursuant to Rule 143(2)(c) have been admitted at the end of the prosecution's direct examination and before cross-examination by the defense. And by way of one example, I'll refer to the 11 September 2023 transcript in this case at pages 7706 and 7714, where the panel admitted under Rule 143(2) the prior statements of a witness before the commencement of cross-examination. As I said, the importance of this is because the defense needs to know before they cross-examine the full scope of the evidence that they need to cross-examine on, to avoid having to recall the witness after any decision is issued. And that's also consistent with, other than the practice of this court, the procedure we've adopted thus far and the rules themselves.
But we are ready for cross-examination now, and you have not, you're intending to file your email later.
Your Honor, if you want me to, I can read them now. I can tell you right now what we intend to tender. The only issue I mentioned in the email is because there are so many ERNs, but that will make the scope clear. So I will say that what we intend to submit pursuant to Rule 143(2)(c) is the entirety of the witness's 2003 ICTY statement, the entirety of the witness's 2005 ICTY testimony, and then from the other statements, only the excerpts put to him during direct examination. And those other prior statements, so the ones that we're only tendering excerpts of, are his 2001 ICTY statement and 2002 ICTY statement and the 2011 hearing in Arbin Krasniqi et al. I have the ERNs, I could read them now. I was proposing to send them via email because they're long.
That's what we're trying to avoid, is spending the rest of the day going over this material.
Yes, but Your Honor, if I may, in terms of, we don't need the ERNs for those purposes. Everybody knows which the 2003-2005 statements are, and everyone was here when I put the excerpts from the prior statements that we're not seeking to tender in whole to the witness.
Do you intend to file an objection to this tender?
Absolutely. Likewise, Your Honor.
A suggestion as to how you want to proceed with your objections. In brief.
I'm always brief, Judge. I want to get on with cross-examination, but on the other hand, we've now heard a tender which is complicated, and I need to make submissions on it. But like I said, my interest is I want to get started with cross-examination right now. My proposal would be to go ahead as the panel proposed. I don't know if my colleagues agree with me or not, but it's going to be quite complicated in terms of the objections that we're going to lay out, and now we've heard something new from the prosecution, which is going to raise an additional objection that I don't want to make in the presence of the witness.
We can take your list, Mr. Potch, and put an MFI for each one of them so that it's identifiable, and it then can be used in cross-examination without any issue. We're not trying to cut you off on anything, but we're just trying to proceed through this in a reasonable way.
I understand, Your Honor, but if we're going to proceed that way, we would like some form of guarantee that then the defense is not going to, at a later stage, seek to recall the witness because of anything contained in your decision, because the main benefit of this and why we understand Your Honors have ruled before cross-examination in the past is that once that ruling is issued, everybody knows where they stand. The defense will not have to cross-examine, for example, about topics that are not in evidence should you reject our tender in whole or in part. I don't know what counsel for Mr. Thaçi was saying in terms of something new they haven't heard. I do note that the main part of our tender, the two items we are seeking to tender in full, are precisely those that we tendered pursuant to Rule 154. The defense has had its response in relation to that, and the panel has ruled that those statements were admissible under Rule 154, with the exception of a few pages in them. So in terms of knowing the scope and objections there, even though we're now tendering them under a different rule, there should not be any difference. The criteria of relevance, probative value, authenticity for those at least two statements have been made. And as I said, in relation to the other statements, we're only seeking to tender the excerpts that I put during direct examination this week.
Mr. President, may I ask, now I need to explain our position, and I would ask to do it outside the presence
Sure.
of the witness.
Of course you can. Witness, please step out of the courtroom now in the company of the court usher. We will just be a few minutes and we'll call you back into the courtroom. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. It doesn't help us, and I understand the point Mr. Potch is trying to make, but it doesn't help us in this particular circumstance, given that the 2003 and 2005 statements in material respects are mutually contradictory. And to say that, well, he needs to know and this needs to be admitted so that we know and we're on notice of what we have to face, of course, ignores completely the fact that now they're admitting two statements with materially different and contradictory portions to it, that they haven't said which portions or which parts of which statement they're choosing to say is the truth, right? So the point he's trying to make is actually pointless unless they're going to come forward and say, we choose this part of the 2003, this part of the 2005, et cetera. Now, our objections are all the ones we've made previously on the use of 143. The new part that we've heard this morning is, until now, the panel has ruled that the word statement in 143 means the entire statement. Now they're using both, which is they're saying the entire statements come in and they can cherry pick out of statements so that now other statements, they're only going to use excerpts of those statements, even though the panel has ruled that the word statement now means the entire statement. I happen to agree, as you know, from my repeated objections on this point, that the word statement should only mean those portions that were put to the witness, but you've established the law of the case now that it means something different. The reference to the Rule 154 decision is another reason why this circumstance is entirely unique, right? You've already noted that there are contradictions in what the witness has said, right? And you ordered redactions of those. Now, if it wasn't admissible under 154, now they're using 143 to admit all of it in, even those portions that you had ordered redacted. So my position, our position would be that in light of the Rule 154 decision, they were supposed to elicit live those portions that were contradictory. They did that. They can then impeach on what he said in court, but they have to pick one version. Right? They can't just go, we're dumping both in, and you, the defense, can learn at the end which portions we decided we were going to rely on. Now, the last thing I have to say is that it's a violation of the fair trial rights and the right to fair notice not to know now which portions of those they choose. And finally, again, it has to be noted that the 2005 statement was found by both the ICTY OTP and the Limai trial chamber itself that they were not credible. So our position is that it would violate Articles 10C and 30 of the Code of Professional Conduct to offer portions of that 2005 statement for the truth absent some strong justification for why the findings of the trial chamber in the Limai case should be set aside or ignored by you, because they have now a new justification to say that those portions are actually the truth. And it needs to be cleared out now. Thank you.
Your Honours, and if I could just add, that's why I was very anxious to see what's in the email, because we said it would be incumbent on the prosecution to set out what are the inconsistencies, what do they challenge about the witness's testimony, where is he lying, do they say, and then what are the parts that they rely on. I mean, they have to show the inconsistency in order to say, well, this must come in order to either deal with credibility and or the truth of the content. So they have to make their application. They can't just do it in one sentence. I want to see what's in the email so that we can respond. All we're asking is that they put their case, that they say what their case is. The defense is often asked to do that. The prosecution must do that. They're the prosecution, they bring the case. Thank you, Your Honours.
Go ahead, Mr. Patch.
Thank you, Your Honour. I'll start with the point made about the contradictory statements. I'll cite two decisions by this panel, F20580 from the 17th of September, paragraph 14, the claimed inaccuracy do not bar its admission into evidence. That was in the context of 1432. And again, in the decision on 154, in this case, F02117, in relation to this very witness, paragraph 15, a party is not prohibited from tendering varying accounts from a witness if it makes clear that it will not seek to rely on one or more of those accounts for the truth of its contents, but for credibility. This will ensure that the panel has all the information before it to assess the witness's credibility and the evidence's reliability. In terms of admission of a statement in whole versus a statement in part, I refer you to your decision, which is actually the same one I just cited earlier, F02130, paragraph 20, where we have, if the prior inconsistent statement meets the criteria of rules 138 and 1432C, it is a matter of discretion for the panel to decide whether to admit the prior statement in its entirety, in part, or to direct the party calling the witness to only read discrete parts into the trial record and for what purpose. From our side, Your Honour, we have no objection if the defense prefers that, or even more importantly, if you prefer that, to all the prior statements I mentioned being tendered in full. Absolutely no objection to that. Similarly, counsel for Mr. Thaçi mentioned that the 154 decision excluded certain parts from admission under that rule. You refer to them as the pages. And although we see no need to go forward with such exclusion in these new circumstances, we would not be opposed to those pages being excluded from the admission under 143. And the reason simply is, as counsel mentioned, we elicited information viva voce, as had been instructed by the panel to do when we were contemplating the 154 procedure, and also that those matters are not, let's say, crucial or critical to the evidence. In terms of the allegations of violations of fair trial rights, not to know what the SPO is choosing, and the assertion that the SPO has some kind of obligation to state now where the witness is allegedly lying and to show inconsistencies, we have heard nothing about any legal basis for those requests. We are seeking to tender these items not for a limited purpose. They would be both for the truth of their contents and to assess the witness's credibility, to put the prosecution in a position to now pick and choose from the extensive evidence we heard and documents what we say is truthful and what is not is premature. This is not the time to do that. We cannot even do that now. There is other evidence to be heard, and that is why the cross-examination needs to go on in full based on what we know is already admitted into evidence. In terms of the counsel for Mr. Thaçi's assertions about the statement not being reliable, not being deemed reliable by the OTP as another entity and the trial chamber as another entity, that in no way overrules the panel's 154 decision about that very statement. You have already found it is probative, authentic, and reliable, excluding only the pages in that decision. So that presents no reason to revisit your own decision. Those are my submissions for now, but I'm happy to address any issue I have not touched upon.
Mr. President, may I respond briefly?
Briefly, because we're going to take a break.
Yes.
And sorry to interrupt, but just in case it matters, the email that I mentioned listing the ERNs has now been sent. For now, that email for the documents we said we tender in part lists also the pages that we have shown thus far.
Thank you. Go ahead.
First of all, counsel cited the earlier ruling where it says if the prior inconsistent statement meets the criteria of Rules 138 and 1432C, it is a matter of discretion for the panel to decide whether to admit, I've lost it's as long as it's not offered, right, for the truth of its contents, but instead for credibility, right? A party is not prohibited from tendering varying accounts from a witness if it makes clear it will not seek to rely on one or more of those accounts for the truth of its contents, but for credibility. We right now don't know which they're intending to rely on. Now, in terms of them saying it's too burdensome for them to go through all the statements, that's precisely why, in our submission, it's supposed to go, you put it to the witness, you use the one you're trying to impeach him with, and then we're on notice of what they're relying on. This is the inherent problem now of dumping entire statements in. So that's the first point. The second point, in terms of them being under no obligation at this point to make clear what they're relying on, I again cited the Code of Professional Conduct. You can't submit something you know to be false, and it's not an issue of whether you're bound by the trial chamber's finding in the Lemai case. It's a question of, are they on notice? Can you make the case that they know that the evidence is false in light of a trial chamber finding to that effect and an OTP submission to that effect, such that under the Code of Professional Conduct, they can't offer it for the truth of its content? And at this point, they have not said anything that would suggest that the trial chamber in the Lemai case got it wrong and that it should be considered to be truthful evidence. Thank you.
This is precisely why I proposed a different alternative to admitting these, but we are going to take a break now at 11 o'clock. I'm sure the translators are just exhausted putting all this down, and we will come back with some sort of an answer in a half hour.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. We'll take care of this matter outside of the presence of the witness, just for his protection and the protection of the record. Judge Metro had a question.
I had a question for you, Mr. Micetic.
What took you so long, Judge?
My patience, Mr. Micetic. I just want to be clear about one aspect of your submissions. I understood you, and perhaps wrongly, to either criticize or object to the fact that the SPO is offering only certain parts of some statements rather than the whole. And if that understanding was correct, my question to you would be whether your suggestion to address this matter should, of course, we decide to admit, whether your suggestion would be to admit the entire statement, or whether you would be content and favor the course suggested by the SPO, which is to admit only those parts that were put to the witness. So if you could clarify that for us, I'd be grateful.
Thank you for that, Judge. Let me be clear. That understanding is incorrect. So our position is the same as it was the first time this issue came up. Statements that are put to the witness can be admitted for the truth of their contents. And by statement, I mean the portions of the statement that were put to a witness can be admitted for the truth of its contents. So we would say that the SPO's move to admit only portions of the earlier statements is consistent with our position, and we would say the same thing should be applied for the 2003 and 2005 statements, that those portions of those statements that were put to the witness can be admitted for the truth of their contents, except where there's been a finding that those portions are false. And then the question arises is, can the SPO admit something as the truth, which an earlier court has found to be a lie? And we would say that that can't be done. Thank you.
I've now been enlightened. Thank you.
Your Honor, and we support that position entirely.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
We are going to go forward in exactly the manner I first suggested. The list has been sent by SPO to the parties and participants. All items will receive an MFI. The list today will be as good as it can be, but by tomorrow, a detailed list of the MFI numbers will be attached. It's just so many that it's hard to get it all finished in time for your cross-examination. Any objection should be filed by written submission by 5 p.m. Tuesday, this next Tuesday. Reply, if any, by the SPO by close of business on Thursday. The panel will decide on admissibility as soon as possible. Cross-examination will continue at this time. You can handle it as you wish, but if I were suggesting, I would suggest that the best method would be to consider that any of them can be admitted. That's not indicating a preference. I'm just giving unsolicited advice. And to answer one question that came up, when you're finished with your questions and we have ruled on the admissibility, if you wish to recall a witness, there would be no reason why that would be resisted by the court. So hopefully that can be as fair as possible under the circumstances. Just a little bit of reasoning. First of all, the conditions for admission is laid laid out in our rules. A statement can be admitted in our estimation for both purposes of credibility and for the truth. The defense does not allege, and there is no indication that it would be prejudiced in its ability to cross-examine the witness without such an indication. At the same time, the panel agrees with the defense that a party should be clear about what its case is and what part of a witness's testimony it relies upon to make that case. Such an assessment, however, is not one that could or should be made at the time of tender, unless it is willing to make it clear that at the time of the tender, a party should be permitted in principle to make such assessment in light of the evidence as a whole. Furthermore, and finally, the assessment of the credibility of a witness and his truthfulness is one to be made by the panel, so that a party's assessment of these matters are not binding on the panel, but only serves as a guide of the panel's a guide to the panel's assessment. The panel could, for instance, regard as truthful an account which the SPO regards as truthful, or the other way around. Therefore, and on that basis, the panel considers that the SPO is not required at this stage to provide notice to the panel or to the defense of which part or parts of a witness statement is being offered for the truth or its content or for the credibility purposes or both. The panel notes, however, that the panel expects the SPO to make this matter very clear when it will be asked to present its case at the end of these proceedings, and to expect the panel to pick and choose. I believe it is time for the cross-examination. We will call the witness in. I'm sorry, I didn't ask, is it the regular order for cross-examination?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honour, I apologise, and I just want to do this before the witness comes in, just to be exactly clear what the prosecution is tendering, because obviously, and whether they're providing any further argument or we're just responding to the email that will be sent.
My intention is that you respond to the email. That's what the way they've chose to tender this.
Without any argument, obviously.
Yes, and then
attached.
they have a chance to reply to your objection.
Okay, within the limits of a normal reply.
Within the limits by Thursday, I think I said at close of business.
Okay, much obliged. Thank you.
Witness, we begin now with the cross-examination. We begin with the Thaçi defense. Mr. Misitich is on his feet. You can see where the questions are coming from. Please give him your attention. Mr. Misitich, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Buya. As you heard from the President, my name is Luca
Good morning.
Thaçi, and I have some questions for you. My first question, sir, is just some background questions, actually. It's your family supported the LDK party prior to 1998. Is that correct?
Po,
That's correct.
You were in prison by the Serbian authorities, and you were released in which year? 1994? Is that correct?
po,
Correct.
Police, you supported the LDK. Is that correct?
po, exact,
That's correct.
Leader of the youth branch of the LDK in Lipjan.
yeah, po, Thaçi,
Yes. Chairman of the branch of the LDK Youth Forum in Libyan.
And your brother was a member of the LDK presidency. Is that correct?
po, Steve,
Correct.
Which brother that was?
vlau im I madh,
My older brother, Rambuya.
Now, sir, let me ask you a few questions about an organization known as the LPK. Now, the LPK, unlike the LDK, was a clandestine movement, correct?
po, Steve,
Correct.
Had as its goal, quote, the liberation of all Albanian populated territories. Is that correct?
po, exact,
Correct.
It's called the LPRK. Is that correct?
po, aktivitet,
Correct. My activity before my imprisonment was with the LPRK, which is the Popular Movement for the Liberation of Kosovo.
Were you at any point simultaneously a member of the LPRK and the LDK?
po, sepse,
Yes, because the LDK activity was public, whereas the LPK activity was clandestine.
Were you ever elected as a member of the LPRK presidency?
jam zgjedhur
I was elected member of the General Council of the LPK.
mund të mos e kujtoj,
I might not be precise with the date or month, but this was after my arrival in Switzerland.
I'd like to look at the goals that were being pursued by the LPK and the LDK Now, if we could please, Madam Court Officer, have on the screen DHT 04471 to DHT 04480 in both the English and Albanian, beginning at page 3 in the English and in the Albanian, please. As a member of the General Council of the LPK, were you familiar with the statute of the LPK?
Yes, at the time I was.
You the statute of the LPK in 1991, so we have an understanding of the program and goals of the organization. And if you look at, in English, the paragraph on the right-hand column at the bottom, following World War II, and you see that paragraph there. It says, following World War II, the Albanian territories in Yugoslavia were divided into 3 republics, Serbia, Macedonia, Montenegro, and the province of Kosovo, semi-autonomous as a part of Serbia. And then if we turn the page, please. There's a paragraph that begins, LPK intends, yes, on the right-hand side in English. Actually, if we start at the top, number 1, it says the LPRK is a democratic national liberation organization, and its objective, if we stay on the right-hand side, please. Its objective is, first, the resolution of the national cause of the Albanian people enslaved under Serbia, Macedonia, and Montenegro, invoking the principles of the right of self-determination, including the right of separation. And the second is building a new, free, and democratic Albanian society in line with the will of the people. And then the next paragraph says, LPRK intends to achieve this objective through the unification of all of the Albanian enslaved people and all its organized forces. Do you see that? Were you familiar with these goals of the LPRK?
Yes.
Turn to page 5 in the English and page 6 in the Albanian. Oh, sorry, this is actually a different document. Let me, if I may, Mr. President, tender the 1991 LPRK statute.
Any objection?
No.
DHT 04471 to DHT 04480 in English and Albanian is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The document and its English translation will receive exhibit number 1D00202. Classification is public.
Thank you. Thank you. And Madam Court Officer, if we could now pull up DHT 04456 to DHT 04470 in both the English and the Albanian. If we could go to page 5 in the English and page 6 in the Albanian, please. The paragraph that begins, the Albanian people should focus. The paragraph in the statute reads, the Albanian people should focus on the liberation of Kosovo and the creation of an independent state that will enclose all Albanian majority territories under occupation. Is that your understanding of the LPK statute?
Po, ndërruar.
Yes.
English page 6, Albanian page 7, please. And again, it lists the same goals that we saw in the earlier version of the statute, correct? It's the creation of an independent, the liberation of the Albanian nation under Serbia, Macedonia, and Montenegro, correct?
Po,
Correct.
New, free, and democratic society in line with the will of the people, correct?
po,
Correct.
9 in the English and page 10 in the Albanian. It begins, LPK is a democratic national liberation organization of the occupied part of the Albanian nation under Serbia, Macedonia, and Montenegro. LPK aims to create a broad-based popular front, regardless of religious, provincial, or ideological affiliations, with the forces prepared for the country's liberation. And if we turn the page, it says, following the liberation, LPK will be engaged in building a free and democratic Albanian society in line with the will of the people. Is that your understanding of the goals and objectives of the LPK as stated in the statute?
kështu ka qenë ideja dhe
This was the idea, and this was the program and the statute of the LPRK.
The statute about advancing Marxism or Leninism, correct?
më falni se ndëgjoj.
I could not hear the question. Could you repeat, please?
The statute about advancing Marxism or Leninism, correct?
Jo, kjo ka qenë
No, this was a popular movement. This was not about its political left or right orientation.
I tender the 1993 version of the LPK statute into evidence.
Objection.
No.
DHT 04456 to DHT 0447070 in English and Albanian is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to clarify that the ERN for Albanian version is DHT 04455 to DHT 04470. This document and its English translation will receive exhibit number 1D00203. Classification is public.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, witness, these goals, and I specifically took you to portions talking about the unification of Albanian lands in Serbia, Macedonia, and Montenegro. Those goals eventually were put into action with the creation of various zones, correct?
po e saktësh.
That's correct.
Po,
Yes,
po,
correct.
Negro was zone 3?
nëse nuk gaboj, po.
If I'm not wrong, yes.
Fourth zone?
Sipas njohurive të mia,
To my knowledge, there was one. Bujanovac, Prešev, Medved.
nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall that.
the reason that initially, when the KLA was operating, you were called a subzone is because all of Kosovo was considered one zone in the goal of creating a unification of all Albanian majority lands, correct?
Po fillimisht ushtria
Yes, initially the KLA had its program to liberate occupied territory of Albania, and these territories were in Macedonia, Montenegro, eastern Kosovo, Preševo, Bujanovac, and in Kosovo.
And those goals did not change until there was international pressure sometime in the fall of 1998 to abandon the goals of taking territory in Macedonia and Montenegro and in the Preševo Valley, correct?
kështu s'paku më kanë informuar
This is at least the information I received because I was not part of the delegations in the meetings with internationals.
On this point, correct? You told, for example, you gave a statement in the Milosevic case for the benefit of the parties. This is SITF 00223935 to 00223961 at page 6. You said the political aim was abandoned because of the negative reaction in the international arena. At the end of October 1998, every subzone became a zone, and we had orders that everyone should operate within their zone. So you were aware that there had been international pressure, which was resulting in the conversion of the subzones into zones, correct?
Po fakt është
Yes, it is a fact. As I mentioned before, I was informed about this pressure and the meetings with internationals.
Now, these goals were somewhat different from the LDK's goals, correct? The LDK did not have as part of its program the unification of all Albanian lands in Kosovo, Preševo Valley, Macedonia, and Montenegro, correct?
po kështu ishte në program.
Correct. This was part of the LDK program.
What was part of the LDK program?
Në programin e LDK
The program of the LDK included the administrative borders of Kosovo to create a state, which we refer to in the KLA as Zone 1.
The other distinction between the LDK and the LPK was that the LPK would not rule out the possibility of armed conflict to realize its goals, correct?
po është e vërtet.
That's correct.
Now, the LPK and the KLA were two separate organizations. Would you agree?
Me sa e diuni po.
To my knowledge, yes.
You said you were familiar, you've testified multiple times with Jakub Krasnici's public appearances in June of 1998. And I'd like to show you one statement of Mr. Krasnici in June of 1998. And if, Madam Court Officer, if we could please have P01255 ET page 1 in both the English and the Albanian, please. second paragraph on the screen, please. Now, Mr. Krasniqi said in June, as far as ideologies are concerned, the Kosovo Liberation Army recognizes only pan-Albanianism as an ideology. First, can you tell me what your understanding of the term pan-Albanianism is?
Well, the ideology, according to this statement, is that all Albanians, despite a distinction of location or ideology, we should be together to heal our country. So this was the ideology, that we liberate our country despite our convictions.
When you say our country, do you understand when we be talking only about Kosovo, or are we talking about the unification of all Albanian lands?
Up until then, the idea was the liberation of all Albanian inhabited lands.
The Kosovo Popular Movement, LPK, is the political force that deserves uncontested credit for founding the Kosovo Liberation Army, and it is the initial, determined, and reliable foundation of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Nevertheless, it has not objected to the KLA remaining outside of any party umbrella. The General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army is of the opinion that political pluralism is a luxury at this stage of the war, and it goes on. Were you of the understanding that the KLA was operating outside of the umbrella of the LPK as of at least June of 1998?
Allow me to inform you how things worked in the area I was active in 98-99. In the context of the Zone Command, I had all political colors involved. So the Chief of Staff was Hussein Shahini, and he came from forces that were exercising in Albania, FARC as it was called, and he was appointed as Chief of Staff. There was also the Unicomp party. The head of personnel, Naimi Meri, came from that party. Head of operations, a person who, after the war, ran as a as chair of the LDK, also from the legality, or people who were for the kingdom. So all of these political colors, and the idea behind them was the liberation of my country.
Any orders that were sent to your zone from the LPK?
From the LPK, there were no orders.
Now, turning to your time in the LPK in Switzerland in 1997, you have previously identified some key members of the LPK in Switzerland in 1997, and let me just go through them and see if this is accurate. Fazli Veliu,
he was the chair of Kosovo's popular movement. He was part of the presidency of the movement. If I'm not wrong, he was the secretary of the movement. He was chair of the sub-branch of the LPK in Switzerland.
That you believed Hashim Thaçi to be a member, but not a high-ranking official of the party. Is that correct?
You might want to indicate which party.
The LPK party, I mean.
Yes, that's right.
Testified in the Limai trial. oh, sorry, the witness statement in the Limai case. Let me see. That at that time in 1997, Hashim Thaçi was more or less an unknown person. Correct?
Yes, at the time, he was not known in the structures of the popular movement of Kosovo.
Let me turn now to a different topic, and this concerns your entry into Kosovo. Now, you've stated in your 2003 statement that you had been a vocal proponent of returning to Kosovo and moving the LPK organization there. Is that correct?
Yes, I insisted that actions should be taken inside of Kosovo, and I raised this matter frequently, given the body I was party of, and that was the General Council of the LPK.
You had made a decision that you wanted to return to Kosovo. Is that correct?
Yes, actually, I was ready to return to Kosovo at any time.
And the Yashari massacre expedited your plans to return to Kosovo. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, in your testimony in the Limai trial, you stated, quote, "The decision to go to Kosovo was made by me, and as for the organized journey, it was organized by others, by members of the LPK." Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And once you decided to go, you then informed other members of the LPK Switzerland, including Adam Grabovci, Agim Bayrami, Hashim Thaçi, and your brother Agush Buya. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified in the Limai trial, quote, "When I decided to return to Kosovo, I was informed that others were returning to Kosovo, and I, of course, informed my close friend and cooperator, Agim Bayrami. I informed him we were heading to Kosovo." Correct?
Yes, because in a conversation with Agim Bayrami earlier, given my idea to return and to continue the political activity in Kosovo, as had been my proposal to the General Council of the LPK, Agim Bayrami had said, as my close friend, that if I were to decide to return to Kosovo, I had to inform him or else he would be cross with me.
And then after you informed him, you learned that other people were also going to Kosovo, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were not familiar at that time with the general headquarters of the KLA, correct?
No. Actually, there was only propaganda about that, but I did not have any information about it.
That you did not know who the members of the general headquarters were?
No, I did not know at the time.
Did you know where the general headquarters was located?
Actually, no, I did not know that.
Entered Kosovo in March of 1998, or as you were in Albania and entering Kosovo in 1998. Is that correct? Is it correct that you did not know who the members of the general staff or the main staff were?
No, we didn't know, and I have said this also in yesterday's testimony, that the members of the general staff were not known to us at the time.
And you traveled down to Albania with Hashim Thaçi, amongst others, correct?
Po, është e vërtetë.
Yes, that's correct.
Be a member of the general staff or main staff at that time, correct?
Jo, në
No, at the time, the LPK had a liaison sector.
Yes, but my question was, you did not know him to be a member of the general staff or the main staff at that time, correct?
nuk e kam
I did not know at the time whether he was a member of the staff.
Also said in the Limai trial, question, and did you similarly consider Hashim Thaçi at that time in March of 1998 to be a member of the KLA? And your answer was, we couldn't consider him as a member of the KLA, but we could consider him as a member of the LPK, who was also engaged in supporting the KLA politically and financially. Is that accurate?
po në atë kohë.
Yes, at the time, Kosovo's popular movement aimed to support it politically and materially.
Group that came from Switzerland, you said it was about 15 people that came from Switzerland having decided to go to Kosovo at that time, March of 1998, correct?
Nga Zvicra
From Switzerland, around 15 people, but then from Albania entering Kosovo, there were more of us than that.
Yes, you've testified previously that then other people had come from Germany, Sweden, and other countries, and you all met in Albania. Is that correct?
po,
Yes, that's correct.
Group that was entering Kosovo together, you said, amounted to about 30 people. Does that sound right?
po drejt.
Yes, that's correct.
Some of those people were Ismet Yashari, correct?
Po,
Correct.
po.
Yes.
Gjevlla
Jev Ladrovci, yes.
Sami Lushtaku,
po.
Yes.
and someone who you would later come to know as Fatmir Limai. Is that correct?
Po, e vërtetë.
Yes, that's correct.
Once you had all arrived in Albania, you all started discussing about who would go where. Is that correct?
Po, fillim
Yes. Initially, we were in Tirana and then by the border.
What you testified in 2003 to the SPO, the question, did you get any orders about the tasks that you were going to get when you'd enter Kosovo? And your answer was, right, as we were together, as the group formed at the border, so Hashim Thaçi, Femi Ledrovci, and I, and the others, discussed about how to enter Kosovo, where to get there, whom to meet, and what job we were supposed to do about these things. And I realized that I thought I would be the person who was probably assigned to deal with the press and the propaganda issues, public relations. Then question, who was the one assigning persons to different tasks? And your answer was, so there was no such thing as a clear division of tasks by someone. So we would have an exchange of ideas with each other and then decide this is the avant-garde group who will lead, for example, the whole group into Kosovo. that sound about right about how these conversations unfolded on the border?
Yes, that's really how we decided on things. We discussed what we were going to do and how, and this is how we decided.
And what you said here, you were a group of people discussing with each other about which of you should go where once you entered Kosovo, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Particular person in charge, is that correct?
No, the group of 30 entering Kosovo, we were counted as soldiers, volunteers. We were all equal, and we got to know each other and knew each other, so that's what it was like.
So you at this time, given that answer, we can say that you did not consider Hashim Thaçi to be some form of commander, correct?
No, because he was not a commander. Hashim Thaçi was not.
Now, you were asked also in 2003, did you get any orders about the tasks you were going to get when you'd enter Kosovo? Oh, sorry, let me strike that question. You said something similar at the Limai trial, just for the record. You said, at the time, we didn't get any orders from anyone. Is that correct?
Yes.
If I may, at this stage, pursuant to paragraph 120 of the Order on the Conduct of Proceedings, when presenting a witness with something that the witness has previously stated during testimony or in a prior written statement, the parties and participants shall avoid paraphrasing what the witness said and shall quote directly from the transcript or prior statement, giving the relevant page and line numbers. I'm yet to hear one reference to the page and line number, and this applies equally to both parties. So I ask that you remind counsel to do that moving forward, please.
Mr. President, I'm trying to save time because these citations to this record in particular are excruciatingly long. So, but if there's a dispute that he said it, I'm happy to then give it to them if they want. But this is all.
Let's just proceed. I found nothing objectionable with the way you were asking the questions.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can I clarify that then we're altering the procedure in the conduct of proceedings?
Thank you. Now, let me turn to something that you've said in 2003, you said in 2005, and you've said repeatedly here over the course of the last few days. It's correct, is it not, that you considered Fatmir Limai to be your first commander?
I have considered him to be such from a moral point of view, and I said that yesterday as my first commander because he accompanied us, some of us, up until Malishev, so from Drenica to Malishev. And in this regard, I considered him to be my first commander, but not that he had a particular duty, Mr. Limai, that is, to be a commander.
Now, when you got to Drenica, so let me just take it step by step. You entered Kosovo as a group, and you eventually all got to Drenica, correct?
Yes.
You all then were assigned an area of Kosovo to go to, correct?
Yes. I asked, rather, to go to that part of Kosovo which I knew, the municipality I was born in, Lipjan-Shtima.
Okay. And why did you ask to go to the place you were born?
During the conversation in Drenica, the conversations we had with friends, people we knew well, also in the presence of Agim Bayrami, Ismet Yashari, Hashim Thaçi, as well as friends whom at the time I didn't know, but Famil Ladrovtsi, whom I knew, was there. So in this conversation with them, I realized that there wasn't a particular sort of organization in that part of the territory where I knew the people, where I was born, knew people, and also people who had formerly been imprisoned, but also people who were active in other political parties because I had been involved in this for a lengthy time.
Mr. Limai went to Malyshev, correct?
In the territory.
In the territory of Malyshev.
Was his home territory as well, was it not?
A village in Malyshev, if I'm not wrong, by of Malyshev.
Ladrovtsi, where did he go?
Famil Ladrovtsi stayed in Drenica because he came from the villages of Drenica.
Do you know where Hashim Thaçi went?
Hashim Thaçi, too, I think, stayed in Drenica because he also came from the territory of Drenica.
Is it correct, basically, that everyone in your group went to the places that they were from?
According to my knowledge, the majority went to the territories they knew and they were born in. I know that an officer at the time we called Chete, he went to Lap, and another he was from Gilan, and we called him Gilan later on, so he wanted to go all the way to Gilan because he was born there. So each tried to go to territories we were familiar with and territories we were born in.
There wasn't some great strategy involved here about who would go where, correct? It was simply everyone's going to their home base because that's where they know best. Is that about right?
Yes, that's right, because that was how I went to my home territory, as well as Agim Bayrami in Kaçanik municipality, the territory he knew.
Need an order to be told to go to your homes and organize the KLA in your home areas, correct?
If I'm not wrong, I mentioned this yesterday, if they had told us as an order, we just knew each other as equals, so we would have thought it was a bit of a joke. So we decided ourselves, because we were volunteers, we entered Kosovo on our own volition, and we also decided how to best organize ourselves in those territories we knew best, along with the people living there.
Question, and for the benefit of the prosecutor, I'll call up the statement. IT 0366 P160 TRET, page 30, beginning at line 16, and in the Albanian version, beginning at page 29. Now, if we can, starting at line 16, actually, in English, there's a question there that is, okay, I want to clarify a little bit. Were this group that was then led by Fatmir Limai, were you assigned to a certain area to go there and start establishing whatever was needed? Is this correct? And then if we go down a little bit to line 25, you say, right, it was sort of an independent judgment. we could turn the page, please. I think, in terms of, because nobody could order you, go there and do this, since the situation was the way it was. But you'd rather think that, let's, for example, Mullapults is the best, which house is safer because of security, and then you relate this fact to the other person. Do you see that?
Po,
Yes.
Consistent what you've just been saying, that nobody could order you at this time to go anywhere?
po ne kemi mujt me njoftu një
We could inform each other, but orders were not in question at the time. We just informed each other where we were going.
Please go to page 32, beginning at line 9 in the English, and page 31, beginning at line 1 in the Albanian. And yes, the question is, so these assignments that you just mentioned, were they given by Hashim Thaçi in Drenica? Is that correct? And your answer is, yeah, there was no clear orientations or orders in this sense, but we were told to go in this area that I described because there was no, the organization was inexistent in that area. So that's why we thought we were considered to go there and start up things. You see that?
po.
Yes.
Is it correct that your testimony in 2003 was that there were no clear orientations or orders from Hashim Thaçi in Drenica?
Po, kështu e kam.
Yes. This is how I explained it would seem, and indeed it is true that there were no orders.
Now, if we stay on this page, I believe this is page 30. No, if we go back to page 30 in the English and page 28 in the Albanian. Now, let me just also say one other point, ask you about. In addition, I asked you earlier about, you had said 2003, 2005, and here in court, that you thought of Fatmir Lima as your first commander. You also thought at this time, and you've said this previously, and again here under oath, that you believed him at the time to have been a member of the general staff, correct?
Po, në kom
Yes. I assumed he was a member of the general staff.
Look at beginning at line 3 in English and line 18 in Albanian. It says, did Hashim Thaçi tell you that Fatmir Limay is the one who is going to be the commander of this unit going to the area? Your answer is, well, no. But we knew that Fatmir Limay was a more competent person in terms of that he knew the terrain better than the others. Fatmir Limay was assigned to coordinate the things with the general headquarters, and my task was to coordinate things with Fatmir. Do you see that?
po.
Yes.
And then it continues, right, it was sort of, if the moment would come of starting setting up points or other forms of military organizations, I would relate to Fatmir, and then Fatmir to the general headquarters, and then back to this way. Correct?
Jo, unë këtu
No. And I asked for changes to be made here before my testimony in trial to make corrections. As a matter of fact, the task of Fatmir, which I did not mention, was to escort me up until Drenica, because my impression was that the most competent people would be in Drenica.
I'm just asking you right now, you agree, though, however, that this is what you said in 2003, and then you corrected that in 2005, as you said, correct?
Po, si duket po.
So it seems, yes.
Now, what you said in 2005 was exactly what you said, except you said that you used Fatmir Limay to take you to Drenica, where you could contact Hashim Thaçi to get in touch with the general staff, correct?
Po, kështu kam thënë.
That's correct.
I need you to help me out understanding the change in your testimony in 2005. You thought at the time that Fatmir Limay himself was a member of the general staff, which you've just confirmed for me again, and you said you considered him to be your first commander. You've also confirmed again that you didn't consider Hashim Thaçi to be a member of the general staff, and you didn't know who any of the other members of the general staff were. So my question to you is, if you needed to contact the general staff, why wouldn't you just go to Fatmir Limay, whom you considered to be a member of the general staff?
Po, unë vetëm supozoja në.
I just made an assumption at the time. I made the same assumption regarding Hashim Thaçi. However, I believed that the territory which had been liberated to some extent was in Drenica, and the members of the general staff would be there. Hence the thought to go with Fatmir and through Fatmir to Drenica to contact Hashim Thaçi, who would then put me in contact with the central staff or the main staff, as we referred to at the time. So the idea was to get in contact with the general staff.
Take this step by step. Fatmir Limay and you are relatively close to each other on the ground, correct? At that time.
Unë kam lëvizur shumë të.
I moved a lot in the territory. I was for a time in Kaçanik with Agim Bayrami, then in Mulapolts. Mulapolts was closer to Kleçk than Kaçanik or the surrounding villages with Kleçk.
As I understand your 2005 testimony and what you're saying now, you were close enough to Fatmir Limay that you went to him first so that he could escort you to Drenica. Is that right?
Po, e vërtet.
Yes, that's right.
You're able to get to Fatmir Limay first, correct?
Po, Fatmir Limay.
Correct. I was able to contact Fatmir Limay. It was easier for me to contact him.
And you believe Fatmir Limay to be a member of the general staff, correct?
Unë supozoja dhe.
I assumed that Fatmir Limay was a member of the general staff.
My question again to you is, given that assumption, why wouldn't you just tell him whatever you needed to convey to the general staff?
Realisht, Fatmir Limay
I did not know Fatmir Limay before. I only knew him at the time when we entered Kosovo. At the time, an extremely important factor was trust. Who would you trust? So I went to a person whom I trusted to put me in contact with the general staff. This was a period of time where the KLA was in a difficult situation, so I wished to contact people whom I had known before, Hashim Thaçi, Femi de la Drovci, and other individuals whom I had known through my political activity and whom I trusted.
Now you're saying you didn't trust Fatmir Limay.
Nuk është çështja e
It is not about trust, but the trust. We had full trust at the time. We acted based on that. If we knew a person very well, we felt free to act and operate with that person. Fatmir was operating in Klečk. I asked from Fatmir to direct me to Drenica, where I would be able to meet the general staff.
Did you trust Fatmir Limay or you didn't trust Fatmir Limay?
I besoja për atë
I trusted him to the extent I needed to trust him at the time. I did not believe or trust that he could interact with me as a member of the general staff.
But you did trust him enough to escort you to Drenica.
po, ky është
Yes, this was a trust.
Know that Hashim Thaçi was a member of the general staff, so you, as I understand your testimony now, you didn't convey information to Fatmir Limay, whom you believed to be a member of the general staff, because you didn't trust him quite enough to take you to Drenica to meet with Hashim Thaçi, who you didn't think was a member of the general staff, so that you could convey information to Hashim Thaçi to convey that information further to people whom you didn't know either. Correct?
po edhe në
The last contact we had with the group we entered, we believed that the members of the general staff are somewhere, but at the time we didn't think that any of us was a member of the general staff. We viewed ourselves as soldiers. My assumptions were only mine. What I believed is that through Hashim Thaçi or Femila Drosi, who was an inexperienced military person, I would be able to receive to contact or receive instructions from the general staff.
Now, in 2003, you said that you were appointed to coordinate operations in Kaçanik, Ferizaj, Shtim, and Lipjan by Fatmir Limay. Correct?
në fakt unë jam quajtur
This was called a coordination. There was no appointment to coordinate. The tasks I carried out at the time, including weapons transportation with Agim Bayrami, then Commander Ferry, from Ulapols to Klečk, I coordinated my actions through Agim and Ferry, coordinated these actions with the guerrilla units.
Those units you would coordinate with Fatmir Limay. Correct?
po bashkërëndimin e bërë
We, all unit commanders, coordinated our actions. Agim Bayrami with Commander Ferry with me, or Elmi Lazi, and then I would do that with Fatmir Limay. So this was the coordination amongst the specific units of the KLA.
And this, your role as being a coordinator covering Kaçanik, Ferizaj, Shtim, that was the period of May and June 1998, correct?
ka zgjatur në
This went further to June. I'm not sure if it included May, but most probably May and June, yes.
May, is it correct that in Kroimir you were in charge along with Ramiz Cherici?
Unu kam qenë
I was not in charge because there was no such position, but we were both having a dual form of command.
To a different portion of your 2003 statement. And, Madam Court Officer, if we could please have on the screen IT 0366 P160 TRET, page 53, beginning at line 18 in the English, and page 54, beginning at line 23 in the Albanian, please. This is So this is the question. It says, but also in May, June, and July, all those months, Chaliku was in Klečka? Yes, yes, he was there. Now, just to be clear, Chaliku here is Fatmir Limaj, correct?
po, kështu.
Correct. This is how I knew him, with the pseudonym.
Okay. I'm still trying to clarify a little bit about the role of Kumanova now. Who was Kumanova? Witness?
Ishte një bashkëftar
A co-fighter we entered with together. He commanded the units at the beginning of the formation of the KLA units, a guerrilla unit.
His name?
ishte Ismet Jashari.
Ismet Yashari, we called him Kumanova.
Continuing with the transcript, it says, okay, I'm still trying to clarify a little bit about the role of Kumanova now. Him being, you're saying, the highest ranking in Klečka, did that mean that he was giving orders to these other points, or was he just the leader of the soldiers in Klečka? And you say, I can't say because my contacts, my meetings were with Chaliku. But Kumanova would happen to be present there as well during my meetings with Chaliku. So it was work based more on consultation rather than orders. So let's say I was consulted, or I was consulting, or I was discussing about the weapon supply. The weapon supply, yeah, that's correct. So it was sort of deliberations. It's better not to do this or do that. If Chaliku was not able to give a definite answer to questions that would arise, then he would turn to the main headquarters to get clear instructions. Do you see that?
Po,
Yes.
2003 was that on the issue of weapon supplies, you would consult with Fatmir Limaj about the problem, and if he couldn't resolve the problem, he would turn directly to the main staff or the general staff, correct?
po, duhet sqaroj.
Yes. However, I need to explain that we had constant consultations. We lacked weaponry, and in May, there was fighting in Lapushny Gorge. We lacked weapons and ammunition. And following discussions, I left to Klobochits in order to obtain weapons and supply them to the gorge of Lapushnik. I discussed this with Fatmir Limaj, and thinking that he would consult then with the general staff, because, as I said, I assumed that he was a member of the general staff at the time.
I turn to your testimony in the Limaj trial. And this is IT 0366 T3761 to T3827, unredacted core inter-P pages beginning at page 5, and then in Albanian, IT 0366 4 March 2005, TR AT Part 1, unredacted, beginning at page 6. Now, witness, you've just confirmed that this issue of arms supply, you would try to resolve it yourself. If you couldn't, you'd coordinate with Fatmir Limai, who would then go to the main staff. But in the Limai trial, and if I could, you said, you gave an extensive answer about the shortage of armaments at the time. And if we could scroll down in the English, please. And this is about coordination with Fatmir Limai. You say, it was April, I don't remember the date, through the courier, my brother Avni Buya, I tried to contact Fatmir Limai. So that I could go to Klečka to contact the general staff through Hashim Thaçi in Drenica to tell him about the organization efforts I was making and the shortage of arms, which had become a must. And we were unable to find weapons. Do you see that? And I'm just saying to you, in 2003 and just now, you didn't say that you contacted Fatmir so you could get to Hashim Thaçi in Drenica about the question of arms. But you did say that in 2005, correct? Yes?
Was this a question?
Time you've said that Hashim Thaçi, you would contact Hashim Thaçi about the arms supply issue was in your 2005 testimony in the Limai trial, correct?
As a matter of fact, I did not meet with Hashim Thaçi during that period of time. If I'm not wrong, I might have had telephone contacts with him, but not in person in April and May. Also, in April, I had difficulties meeting with Fatmir Limai because we had difficulties to communicate in the territory or to secure escorts.
Mr. Buya, let me ask you, have you ever been informed about what the trial chamber in the Limai case concluded about your testimony in that case?
You.
No. I ask you to comment. If we could please pull up DHT 00177 to DHT 00492 in the English, and DHT 04481 to DHT 0483 in the Albanian, please.
Your Honor, as that being called up, since counsel stated the purpose of doing so, we object as to relevance. This is not a proper exercise for cross-examination. If he wants to adopt or make arguments about credibility, asking the witness to comment on what another panel has said about him is a futile exercise.
Overruled. It's a preliminary question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we could please go to paragraph 547, which is DHT 00387, PDF page 211 in the English, and DHT 04696, PDF page 216 in the Albanian, please. Now, in the middle of, oh, sorry, I'll wait for the Albanian. Yes, in the middle of paragraph 547, Mr. Buya, the Chamber states, the Chamber is not in a position to conclude whether the evidence of Shukri Buya is mistaken, false, or confused. It is also possible that Shukri Buya's evidence on this point was affected by his obvious loyalty to the KLA in general and to Fatmir Limay in particular.
Objection, Your Honor. Can the witness, in fairness, at least be told what this point is that is being addressed here? It wasn't made clear.
Mr. President, if I could actually ask a question, he
Yes,
might
go
learn
ahead.
what the point is.
Overruled.
Yes. Witness, it's correct, is it not, that when you testified in the Limay trial, you felt a sense of loyalty to Fatmir Limay?
I feel a sense of loyalty towards all those who fought the liberation war because I was one of them. And it's normal to feel this way. I am trying to explain how the events unfolded in their entirety as I remember them.
I'll get back to that point in a second, but if we could please have on the screen a different portion of this, which is paragraph 580, which is DHT 00402, or sorry, this is PDF pages 226 in English and PDF page 231 in Albanian. And we should turn the page in English and Albanian to get to paragraph 580, please. Now, witness, in the middle of that paragraph, the trial chamber there states, from its viewing of the videotape of the earlier statement and from the evidence of Shukri Buya, the chamber is satisfied that the earlier statement was made freely. Further, the chamber is not impressed with the cogency of the reasons given by Shukri Buya for the changes evident in his testimony. Rather, the chamber considers from its careful observations of the witness as he gave his evidence, that the evident sense of bondship he displayed physically and revealed in his evidence for the KLA in general, and for Fatmir Limay in particular, may well explain the changes from his earlier interview so as to place the relevant time for the KLA structure he earlier described outside the period relevant to the indictment. Now, witness, the chamber here states that it observed some physical displays of bondship that you had with Fatmir Limay at trial. Do you recall what you had done at trial to display that kind of bondship with Fatmir Limay?
I cannot explain how they perceive this bondship. However, I always viewed Fatmir Limay as a co-fighter. I entered in Kosovo with him, I fought with him, I conducted activities after the war with him, and it's normal that I had feelings that one has for a co-fighter, a friend, and a person you have worked with.
Tender this page for reasons that I will explain outside the presence of the witness as we're approaching lunch anyway. Yeah.
All right.
If you want to be, if we can be heard, Your Honor, we would object to tendering the page. First of all, this is a public document.
First of all, we're going to excuse the witness. Witness, you're excused. It's time for lunch. We will have a recess for an hour and a half. You'll be back here at 2:30. Please keep your conversation to yourself about your testimony in court. First, we'll see what Mr. Misicic has to say.
Yes, thank you. Mr. President, you are being tendered the entirety of the 2005 statement. The trial chamber there was the one that observed that witness in court. This paragraph for us is relevant because it has a factual element to it that otherwise is not available to the panel, which is the trial chamber's observations of the witness and his displays of loyalty to Fatmir Limay, which is relevant to our defense. And I just want paragraph 580 in so that it's in the record that that's what the trial chamber observed while in the courtroom, and it's not a submission for purposes of some binding legal conclusions on the panel, but just for the factual observation. Thank you.
Mr. Potch?
Yes, Your Honor. We object, as we have objected before, to the admission of judgments from other panels for the reason that this is the panel that needs to decide on credibility, and what another panel has said is not binding on you. Once again, this is also a public document, and this particular excerpt being put about a display of bondship is no more clearer when it was read out than it is now. The witness himself said he doesn't know what that's about.
All right, we'll mark it for MFI right now and then make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Albanian page of this document with the ERN DHT 04712 and the corresponding English page DHT 00403 will be assigned MFI number 1D00204. Classification is public. Thank you.
All right, we're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in.
Your Honour, I had asked just for 5 brief minutes to make a request in
Yes,
relation
sure.
to the ruling that was made in the session earlier this morning. I've had an opportunity over the lunch break to look at the email that was sent by the SPO, and it really is only one line saying that this is the list of the materials we want tendered. And what we wanted to ask is whether we could, as would be usual in this situation, get the prosecution's reasons for why they say the rule applies to these materials, identify which parts and why the rule is applicable, so that we have that before we respond. Otherwise, I'm worried it's going to be done improperly and loaded from the back forwards, where once we set out our objections, then the prosecution gets the final say with a reply, and they might set out all of their reasons then, which we don't have a chance to then respond to. So to do it in an orderly fashion, rather to ask them to set out their reasons first, we respond, and then if there's any need for a reply, it's done in the usual course.
Stand up and offer the document. You object.
Yes.
You don't know anything other than what they said, and then they respond. I don't see what the difference is.
Your Honour, they usually in their 154 application set out the basis.
I'm not talking about 154. I'm
Well,
talking about
they
live-
usually
live
in
witness.
court would set out, Your Honour, they'd set out what their reasons are, particularly for this kind of case where we're talking about a rule 143 which has very particular requirements that have to be met. How do they say they are met? So we can respond.
Thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you for that, Your Honours.
Please bring the Please bring the witness in. Mr. Bouya, we continue with the questions from the Thaçi defense. Go ahead, Mr. Mistich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. Bouya.
Merita.
Good afternoon.
Your attention to a couple of things. First, you were asked questions by the prosecutor about a book written by Hayrush Kurtay, in which a footnote, and it was shown to you, a footnote attributes a passage to an interview that you had given to the author. It says 2007. Does 2007 sound about right as to when you would have spoken to the author?
Cum poți contact?
I did have contact, but I do not recall the interview, but of course I did give information.
Well, it says 2007, so the statements made by you that are attributed to you in that book would have been made a few years after you had given your evidence in the Limai trial. Does that sound about right?
Sigurisht është
Well, yes, of course it is after the Limai trial, but I do not know as to the time.
Let me show you a document you were shown yesterday, which is Exhibit P01813, please. Do you recall being shown this document by the prosecutor yesterday?
po, më duket.
Yes, I think so. I think yes.
If we can turn the page, please. And you recall that you said you think the handwritten corrections were made by you?
Edhe dje thash,
I said it yesterday as well, that this cannot be right because the 6th of June is not the day that I was appointed as sub-zone commander.
You did say that yesterday, but you also said that you think that the handwritten notes in this document were made by you. Do you recall saying that?
po,
Yes. Yes, I think so. I think so. And I said that yesterday, that I think it seems that this is my handwriting.
Authorship here is not apparent on the document, and I'm wondering, do you know or can you tell us if you think the notes that you made on this document were made after your testimony in the Limai trial?
nuk më kujtohet.
I cannot remember exactly.
Thank you. We can take the document down. Let me show you a different document you were shown by the prosecutor yesterday, and this is P01508, please. You recall being shown this yesterday, correct?
Po,
Yes.
In the Albanian, underneath the picture of Mr. Bouya, so that we could see the purported authors of the interview. Witness, do you know any people by those names?
edhe një herë, lutem.
Could you please repeat the question?
Do you see the names there of the purported authors?
Po e shoha
Yes, I see a name. Çlirim Osmani and Shpresim Ahmeti.
Individuals?
US
No, I know neither of them.
Exist in Kosovo or outside of Kosovo?
realisht nuk i njoh.
I really do not know them.
But I mean, you say you don't know them. I'm trying to establish whether you have any reason to believe that any people using those names exist.
Nuk e di.
I do not know. I do not believe so.
And you say you do not believe so. Why do you not believe so?
Po spore
Because, first of all, the article itself in the newspaper, purportedly, I have a pseudonym to conceal my identity. And then there's my photograph, which doesn't make any sense, because if I were to conceal my identity in an interview, there was no need to show my photograph, because the photograph would then show the identity of that particular person. So this makes no sense for the article. And these two individuals, the authors, I do not know them, and I have never managed to know anyone by these names or any pseudonyms, should they have them.
So, well, let me ask one follow-up question. You established that you worked as an editor at Zeri and Kosovis in 1997. Do I understand you correctly then that these would not have been pseudonyms that you were familiar with?
kanë shkruar
Many wrote using their pseudonyms, but the articles would be received by the editorial board. They would just look into them and then publish them. And yes, I did work at Zeri Kosovos.
Yes, but do you know whether those two names were used as pseudonyms by Zeri and Kosovis?
ka mundësi.
It is possible.
Now, we can take the document down. Witness, I just want to ask a few questions on the following topic. When you went to Mulapolts, you started talking to local people in an attempt to set up a guerrilla unit, correct?
Kam biseduar
I talked to certain people because with the residents it would be dangerous, but I discussed this with people whom I thought I could organize in the guerrilla unit.
Wasn't a person named Huset Sahiti, is that correct?
po.
Yes,
Worked for the Ministry of Defense, is that correct?
Heset Sahiti ka
Isat Sahiti was arrested and he was part of the organization of the Ministry of Defense in the Bukoshi government, as it was referred to at the time.
This KLA unit, is it correct then that you were working with Huset Sahiti, who was working with the Ministry of Defense of the Bukoshi government?
po.
Yes,
Yesterday and again today, you testified that Hussein Shahini was appointed Chief of Staff of the Naradim Zone in November or December 1998, and you said that prior to that, Mr. Shahini had been part of the forces organized by Buyar Bukoshi's government, which would be FARC, correct?
yes, yes, that's correct.
Aware of an agreement that had been reached in early November between the KLA and FARC to join forces.
Kam dëgjuar, po
I have heard of it, but I was not part of that agreement. I have simply heard about it.
Did you know at the time that Mr. Shahini was going to be your chief of staff as a result of some agreement that had been reached?
Jo, Hussein Shahini ka
No, Hussein Shahini came to my area as a soldier of the Kosovo Liberation Army in uniform with weapons, armed. And after a brief time, after I received information that he was a officer of the former JNA, I acted so as to appoint him Chief of Staff.
Let me ask you a few questions that you were asked about in the Limai trial by the defense. And this is about the various stages of the KLA's development. Would it be fair to say that in March of 1998, the KLA could best be described as a hit-and-run guerrilla organization?
në mars të
In March 1998, upon arrival to Drenica, and we saw this in Drenica itself, that there were only a few soldiers there. So our action of moving to that part of the territory where I was born in and where I knew people was to establish this guerrilla unit through which we would then spread the war across Kosovo, because back then the idea was that war just in Drenica and fighting just there would actually endanger us. But in order to spread the war as small guerrilla units, we acted in this manner.
Describe that accurately as a strategy to develop a horizontal spread of guerrilla units across Kosovo.
po mund quhet.
Yes, it could be called that type of strategy, because our thinking was to fight through the small guerrilla units across the territory of Kosovo.
In May, you started to arrange small volunteer groups or points, as you called them, correct?
Në prill dhe në mars
In April, May, the whole of the war dimension changed, and I in particular, and the majority of people I knew, were not prepared for that kind of situation, because we had a huge flow of people trying to join the KLA, and in particular after the closing of Lapushnik Gorge, we started seeing other units which were civilians who had arrived, had gotten uniforms and were organizing themselves in guerrilla units. So the organization of guerrilla units started, which we hadn't foreseen, and in particular me, myself, because I believe that with the guerrilla units, it would take us at least 6 months to establish them. So this situation we found ourselves in had not been foreseen by us. And I, along with others whom I knew, we did not know how to act.
Okay. And then this continued to evolve. So would it be fair to say in May and June, these small volunteer groups, as they're spreading across Kosovo, started to cooperate with each other?
Po, ne jemi
Yes, because we tried to cooperate with each other, because there was a risk that we would be acting separately of each other, independently, although we didn't manage to coordinate every single unit with each other.
Cooperation would have been voluntary cooperation between the units? The units could choose not to cooperate if they didn't want to?
Well, in reality, at the time, if they would have had shooting in Tsaraleva Gorge and the unit was in Lapushnik Gorge instead, when there wasn't fighting, then we realized that people would come from Lapushnik to our aid, that is to Tsaraleva Gorge or vice versa. So the action was there. If one heard shooting, despite how distant it was, then the voluntary guerrilla units would go to the aid of other units.
And then the Serb offensive started, and is it correct that as a result of the Serb offensive, the plans or strategy changed into trying to form a more conventional army?
Realisht deri
In reality, in particular in May, June, those were quite difficult months because I, nor others I cooperated with, had any idea as to, given the situation, what the KLA or its units would look like. So we didn't have the right professional background, preparation, neither the right materials to supply those who were coming to join the KLA as soldiers. And we were waiting in case there would be any instructions, and in fact there were no instructions because we didn't know who were in the general staff and who the general staff was. So this situation continued up until mid-June, when the spokesperson of the Kosovo Liberation came out, and his name was made public, Jakub Krasniqi.
In terms of when the strategy changed from being guerrilla units horizontally spread to a more conventional army structure, was that before or after the Serb offensive in July?
në fakt
It was imposed upon us, the form of organization, because we thought that we could continue guerrilla war through guerrilla units by attacking and then withdrawing. But in May and June, with the fact that there were so many guerrilla units and the start of the offensive, we started to establish the front line, and therefore the way we were to organize was imposed upon us, perhaps in a way that you are calling in a more conventional manner.
That happened? When did the structure start to change? For example, when did brigades begin to be formed, battalions, things like that?
This really depends on the zone or the subzone, and it changes from zone to zone, subzone to subzone. And we started copying from each other, as in learning from each other. And the organization of the units, without calling it a brigade, but in terms of the platoons, this was in Yazerts at the end of August, September, when Officer Daoud Ilazi, if I'm not wrong, arrived, and he started this type of organization as per the former JNA, whereas in terms of the operational zone I was commander of, the structuring started at some stage at the end of October.
And you or yours subzone or zone started structuring at the end of October because a ceasefire had been reached in the middle of October. Correct? It gave you time to organize.
Yes, after the fierce fighting in Yazerts and the breaking of formations of the KLA, some of the officers of the Narodima operational subzone moved to Albania. Some were actually wounded. So I used my going to Albania too, in contact with the chief of staff, another officer, Kadri Kastrati, to examine the situation and how we could best organize ourselves and what form the structure would take. And with my return in October, we started the organization of the structures of the zone and the brigades. And we used the ceasefire based on the Milosevic-Holbrooke agreement for that purpose too.
Let me pull up a document, SITF 00223935 to 00223961 at page 3 in the English and page 3 in the Albanian. You see, witness, this is your ICTY 2001 statement in the Milosevic case. And I'm interested in the passage that begins, "We had no radio communication." At the last paragraph, yes.
False.
Apologies. Can I just...
The-
May I?
He's winning. Mr. Misitich, the witness wants to say something.
Oh,
Go ahead.
It was either interpreted by mistake. Did you say 2011 or 2001? Because I have not given any statements or testimony in 2011.
and one, so I don't know. where-
2001, yes.
If you see the paragraph there on your screen, and you're now talking about the early part of the war, after you had entered, you said, "We had no radio communication at this stage, so at times even direct command was difficult. When a unit got separated, it was impossible to communicate to them, and they in effect were acting independently." Is it correct that you had no radio communications, let's say in April, May of 1998?
We did not have radio communications. We did not have communication means.
When did you begin to get means of communication? And I mean radio means.
This happened after October.
Period of time from April until October, how would you communicate with units?
Primarily by direct contact. So when there was fighting, they would come, and then if we would actually be separated in territory, then we would actually communicate via couriers. This is what we called them, the military couriers at the time.
Would you communicate with the entity you thought of as the General Staff?
In actual fact, my courier was there for a certain amount of time at the beginning when we started the organization, and to contact with the Klechka unit and the Kachanik unit with Agim Bayrami.
Okay, so to communicate with the General Staff, you would send a courier to Klechka? Did I understand that correctly?
No. This was communication amongst the units, between themselves. I communicated with Agim Bayrami, who was in Kachanik with a guerrilla unit, and he wasn't prepared, and it wasn't prepared yet for fighting. And I also communicated with the Klechka unit at the outset of our organization. So in Klechka, this started earlier than in Mulapols, but in Kachanik, it started even earlier than in Klechka.
How would you, let's say, other than by courier, did you have any other means, other than face-to-face contact, did you have any other means of communication with the General Staff?
In fact, even if we did have means of communication, which we didn't even know where the HQ of the General Staff was and who the General Staff were at the time.
Now, from April 1998 until June or July of 1998, when the first offensive took place, there was no clearly designated territory or structure in place. Would you agree with that?
Could you please repeat the question?
So, in April, from April to June or July 1998, when the first offensive took place, in that area, in your area, there was no clearly designated territory, meaning subzone territory, or KLA structure in place. Do you agree?
Po, sepse
Yes, because there were no subzones until July.
And as of June of 1998, you still did not know Hashim Thaçi to be a member of the General Staff, correct?
unë nuk e kam ditur se është.
I did not know that he was a member of the General Staff.
Is it correct that the Serb offensive in July caused severe difficulties in the attempts to create a more cohesive organization?
Po, është
Correct. It is clearly visible that it caused serious difficulties.
Now, you've testified that you were appointed subzone commander on the 6th of July, 1998. Is it correct that nevertheless you did not have a clearly defined task or duty after this appointment?
po,
Correct.
You've testified, and this is IT 0366 P160 TRET, page 62, lines 3 to 11 in English. Some would say I was a coordinator for this thing. Later on, I was told I was appointed as a subzone commander. So this subzone would be under the Naradim zone. It was chaos because of the lack of means of communication. So nobody knows where I was. Does that describe the situation after your appointment as subzone commander?
po, është e vërtetë.
Yes, that's correct.
And you were, after your appointment as subzone commander, you still were not given a defined territory or precise tasks of what you were supposed to do with the subzone. Is that correct?
Po, e saktë është.
That's correct.
Example, and this is in 2003, IT 0366 P160 TRET, page 69, lines 6 to 22. It was known that Shtim and Ferazai were supposed to be under the zone, but it was not clear whether Lipyan would be under this zone. Is that correct?
Po, e saktë është.
That's correct.
Now, throughout this time period, so starting in April and continuing on, is it correct to say that you never received an order from Hashim Thaçi?
Jo, s'ka marrë urdhër.
That's correct. I did not receive orders.
Be involved in the military operational wing of the KLA.
Jo, se kam ditë në atë kohë.
Correct. I did not know at the time.
a visit to your zone in July by some members of the general staff, and this is IT 0366 T4002 to T4087, unredacted core interp pages 4010 to 4087, page 19, line 1 to page 20, line 1. You said there was a visit by Azam Sula, Sokol Bashota, and Hashim Thaçi, correct?
Në cilën periudhë?
Which period of time, please?
Nuk e kujtoj sakt.
I do not recall it exactly, but it might be July 98.
Who would have transmitted orders or instructions to you? You said, at that time I knew the members of the general staff who were dealing with the organization of this form of warfare. I knew Azam Sula, who much later I knew as general commander. I knew Sokol Bashota, also as a member of this general staff, who also was engaged in the organization, and normally I received instructions from them. Is that correct?
Po, Azam Sylen,
Yes, everybody referred to Azam Sula as the general commander, and I considered him to be the general commander at the time as well. I received the instructions coming from him as instructions coming from the general commander, irrespective of whether he was in fact general commander or not.
Thaçi in the Limai trial as someone from whom you would have received orders or instructions, correct?
po e saktë.
That's correct.
Now, you went to Albania in August of 1998 and did not return until October of 1998, correct?
Po e saktë.
Correct.
Have knowledge of what was transpiring in the Neredim zone between August and October 1998, is that correct?
Po e saktë.
That's correct.
When you returned, as you've already discussed, the KLA was getting more organized and a form of structure was starting to take shape. Is that correct?
Po e saktë.
That's correct.
Now, over the course of November and December and January, the structure continued to be improved. Is that correct?
Po, ka
Correct. It started to improve considerably.
I'd like to show you a newspaper article, DHT 04804 to DHT 04806 in English and Albanian, please. And witness, this is an article published in the British newspaper The Independent on the 6th of February 1999 on the eve of the Rambouillet Conference. Do you understand?
po.
Yes.
Documents, please. Now, at the top of page 3, the article says the Albanian team includes Ibrahim Rugova, political leader of the ethnic Albanians, as well as Azam Sula, said to be a top commander of the KLA, and Jakub Krasniqi, a KLA spokesman and former supporter of Mr. Rugova's nonviolent path to independence, who switched his support to the movement's military wing. Now, do you accept that it was public knowledge internationally by no later than 6 February 1999 that Azam Sula was a top commander of the KLA?
This is how we knew Azem Sula as the general commander of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
By the 6th of February, that Azam Sula was the general commander of the KLA. Correct?
Correct. It was, Azem Sula was said to be the general commander of the KLA.
Any objection?
No.
I'm not sure I got the number right, Mr. DHT 04804 to DHT 04806?
That's correct.
Okay. It's admitted.
Your Honor, the document and its Albanian translation will receive exhibit number 1D00205. Classification is public. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Azem Sula did not remain in the position of general commander of the KLA until the end of the war, correct?
Correct. He was not in that position until the end of the war.
Please have on the screen exhibit 1D00033 ET and specifically page SPOE 00226354. Witness, these are notes of a meeting of zone commanders on the 13th of February 1999 that I'm going to show you. And I'm just going to show you first, just to establish whether you were present, if we could first go to SPOE 00226358, please. At the top of the page, there are words attributed to someone named Shukri, and below that, to someone named Remi. Is my assumption correct that you were present at this meeting of zone commanders?
Correct, I was.
If we go back to page SPOE 00226354, please. And what's here appears to be words attributed to a representative of Albania. And the person says, rumors and interpretations that there will be a coup against the KLA tonight are very concerning for all of us. Now, what did you understand the representative of Albania to be referring to when he suggested that a coup might be happening that evening?
At the time, the concern was that the delegation in Rambouillet representing Kosovo would be damaged. A part of that delegation and the leadership was from the KLA, so actions that would potentially damage the delegation in Rambouillet.
Let's look at page SPOE 00226356 in English and Albanian, please. Now, the agenda of the meeting is identified in 3 points. And the first point is position on the request by the zone commanders for the appointment of the new KLA commander. Is that consistent with your recollection that this meeting had as part of its agenda to appoint a new KLA commander?
Pom, kujtohet.
Yes, I recall that.
And now if we can go through the minutes of the meeting to see if I can refresh your recollection of the events of that meeting. And if we can go to page 29 of the PDF, please. Next page. Yeah. Yes. And it attributes words to Ramushi, which I believe is Ramush Haradinai. Is that correct?
Pom.
Correct.
And this appears to be a response to what the person from Albania said. We are an army and we are not interested about the concerns of foreign governments and the security, even of our motherland. These are manipulations and games. Let even the UDB, UDBA, know that we are stronger. Our delegation in Rambouillet must know that they have our confidence. UDB has been pleased with the events as they are developing until now. For me, the commander is Suleiman Salimi. Do you recall Ramush Haradinai saying that at this meeting?
Kështu diçka ka qenë.
Something along those lines. This is what he said. However, I cannot certify the exact words he said. His discussion and his words were in the sense of supporting Suleiman Salimi and the KLA.
And then, if we can turn the page, please. Then is your response. I do not know the form of these requests, and I want to be informed first before deciding what to do next. Is it correct that Ramush Haradinai was pushing for Suleiman Salimi to be named the commander to replace Azam Sula, and your position was that you were a little bit more cautious about doing that?
Po, kështu ishte sepse unë
That's correct, because I had not attended previous meetings between zone commanders. This was the time when the Mrechak massacre occurred. I dealt with that matter. This was an ad hoc information I received, became aware of, and I was asking questions as to why such actions are intended or being taken, and why is there such an urgent need to appoint new commanders, and then I also presented other matters.
And Remy then responds to you and says, I believe it is best that our requests are not misinformed. The general staff has not been rejected as a whole. Only some persons have been rejected. I do not believe that no member of the KLA general staff has not used Schick to exert pressure. For me, today, he is the elected commander. Now, in addition to Azam Sula, you are aware, are you not, that at this meeting, some of the zone commanders were expressing dissatisfaction also with the deputy commanders, Sokol Bashota and Jakub Kresnici, correct?
jo, në fakt aty është
As a matter of fact, the issue discussed was the replacement of the general commander. Information was needed and asked for to confirm whether Azem Sula was the general commander, because according to the participants, the zones were not aware of this, after which it was asked that Suleiman Salimi be appointed the general commander. This was the topic of the discussion there.
Well, as I just showed you, it was internationally known that Azam Sula was a top commander of the KLA. a week before this meeting, right? And you confirmed that you knew and the other zone commanders knew that Azam Sula was the general commander. So let me ask it again. Are you familiar with the fact that Sokol Bashota in February resigned from his position as deputy commander?
Io këtë njohuri se kam po.
I did not have this knowledge.
SITF 00. Actually, let's keep this, and I'll come back to that in a second. If we could turn the page, please. If we could turn it again, please. Yes. Now, again, words are attributed to Ramush. It says, action is decisive in order that justice is done and injustice is eliminated. Our action is clear. Then in parentheses, brutally interrupts everyone during discussions and interrupts Shukri. Do not talk in academic way. We are not interested in sowing divisions in Rambuye. Do you remember how Ramush brutally interrupted you when you were speaking in this meeting?
Po, ka ndër...
Yes, he interrupted my speech and left the building. He went outside, and if I'm not mistaken, he fired shots with his weapon.
Inside or outside the building?
Jo, jashtë ndërtesë.
Outside the building.
Now, if we could please go to SITF 00009426 to 00009430 at page 4, please. Well, let me ask you this, witness. Were you aware in January and February 1999 that Sokol Bashota was a deputy commander of the general staff?
Jo, nuk kam pas gjeni për zëvend.
No, I was not aware of the deputy commander.
Bashota's role in the KLA?
Vëllarisht unë kam pa bukur rol Sokol.
I saw Sokol Bashota very rarely. I understood him to be a member of the general staff, but I did not know his tasks.
If we could scroll up, please, to question 31, yes. This is a statement of Sokol Bashota's where he says, I don't remember this because, as I said, this happened sometime after February, although I am not sure, and I was not part of the HQ at this time. Hashim Thaçi was part of the political directorate, and he would represent the directorate at HQ meetings. I and Azam Sula resigned in February 1999. So you're unfamiliar with the fact generally that Sokol Bashota resigned from the general staff in 1999.
Në këtë kohë nuk e kam ditur.
I did not know their tasks at this time or their resignations, but it would appear that the appointment of Suleiman Selimi then provoked their resignations.
This episode demonstrates that you, as the zone commanders, felt you had the authority to appoint the overall commander of the KLA, correct?
Po në shkurt është...
Yes, in February it was proven that we had the possibility and we indeed replaced the general commander.
Now, I just have a few more questions left. And we can take the document down, please. You were asked some questions about Operation Arrow, and you indicated that you thought Fatmir Limai was appointed the overall commander of Operation Arrow. Is that correct?
Po e sakt, unë
That's correct. I was not a member of the General Staff, but in the course of a meeting or during a visit I made to the building where some members of the General Staff were, I heard that Operation Arrow might be led by Fatmir Limai.
At this meeting.
nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall, but I do know that at that time Agim Cheku was in my zone.
I'm just going to tell you, and this is from trial transcript page 17509, lines 5 to 12. First of all, are you aware that Bislam Zarapi has testified in this court, in this case?
Po, e kam dëgjuar.
Yes, I've heard him.
That he was in overall command of Operation Arrow, and that Operational Direction 1 was commanded by Rustam Berisha, and Operational Direction 2 was commanded by Nejmuddin Kastrati.
Këtë nuk e di sepse
I do not know this because I was not a member of the General Staff. Bislim Zerapi, in his capacity of the Chief of Staff, obviously knew this better.
Also asked some, actually, Mr. President, this might be time for a break. Yeah.
Give you the 10-minute break, witness. We'll be back in the courtroom in 10 minutes. You may leave the courtroom with the court usher.
Mr. President, I hope to be done within a half an hour. Thank you.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. All right, Mr. Misitich, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hello again, Mr. Bouya. I want to turn to a different topic. Yesterday, you were asked by the prosecutor about Mr. Thaçi's whereabouts in your zone in April or May of 1999. And in one answer, you said he was there for a month, and you thought that it went into late May, early June. Do you recall that?
Yes, yesterday I said that some members of the general staff spent about a month, but there were members of the general staff who stayed up until the end of the war or until the 12th of June.
Familiar with the fact that Mr. Thaçi would leave the zone to attend meetings with international officials?
Yes. At that time, he also had a satellite telephone, and he also communicated with it, on it, with internationals.
On the screen, 019775 to 019776, please. And in Albanian, it's DHT 04030AT. AT. Yes. So, witness, you said you are familiar with the fact that he would leave your zone to attend meetings with international officials. This is a newspaper article reporting that on the 27th of May, Mr. Thaçi was in Paris meeting with the French foreign minister. Is that consistent with your understanding of Mr. Thaçi's whereabouts, that he would leave the zone to attend meetings with international officials?
Yes. His leaving has happened to meet internationals.
No objection.
019775 to 019776 plus Albanian version is admitted.
For the record, the ERN of the Albanian translation is DHT 04030 to DHT 04030. This document will receive exhibit number 1D00206. Classification is public.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Court Officer, if I could please have on the screen 019779 to 019780, which is in Albanian DHT 04031AT. And witness, this is a BBC article of the 30th of May reporting that Mr. Thaçi was in London to meet with the British Foreign Secretary, Robin Cook. Same question as the last document. Is this consistent with your knowledge that Mr. Thaçi would leave the zone to attend meetings with international officials? Sorry, on the 31st of May. Correction.
Yes, he left the zone at the end of May because of the contacts with internationals.
Is from the 31st, but the report says the meeting was on the 30th of May in London. And Mr. President, I tender this document into evidence.
Objection?
No.
019779 to 019780 plus the Albanian translation is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The year end for the Albanian translation is DHT 04031 to DHT 04031. This document will receive exhibit number 1D00207 and classification is public. Thank you.
Madam Court Officer, I apologize. I'm now told that this document, the English version, is already in evidence as P00522, and we just need to add the Albanian translation. Is that correct? Is that right?
All right, that's approved. You can just add the Albanian translation to the pre-existing.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Albanian translation will be added to P00522, and the previously assigned exhibit number 1D00207 will be vacated for another document.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Court Officer, could we please have on the screen 019789 to 019790, please? Oh, I'm sorry, I should have given you the Albanian version, DHT 04032 AT. And Mr. Bouya, this is a report, a newspaper article, reporting that Mr. Thaçi was in Bonn on the 1st of June to meet with the German Foreign Secretary, Joschka Fischer. Again, is this consistent with your knowledge that Mr. Thaçi would leave the zone to meet with international officials?
Yes, yes, he would leave the zone.
Given in evidence.
Objection.
No objection.
019789 to 019790 plus the Albanian is admitted.
Your Honor, the document and its Albanian translation with the year end DHT 04032 to DHT 04032 will be assigned exhibit number 1D00207. Classification is public.
Thank you. Madam Court Officer, could we please have on the screen 019809 to 019810? And the Albanian version is DHT 04033 AT. And witness, this is a newspaper article from Reuters reporting that Mr. Thaçi on the 3rd of June was in Cologne, Germany. Is this consistent with your understanding that Mr. Thaçi would leave the zone to meet with international officials?
Yes, of course, indeed. Indeed, that's correct.
President, I tender this document in evidence.
Objection.
No.
019809 to 019810 plus the Albanian translation is admitted.
Your Honor, the Albanian translation with DRN DHT 04033 and the English version will be assigned exhibit number 1D00208. Classification is public.
Thank you. Witness, I'd now like to turn your attention to the end of the conflict. So first, can you tell us what is your understanding of when hostilities concluded between the KLA and Serbian forces and NATO forces?
The 10th of June, that was when the agreement between NATO and Serbian forces was signed for the withdrawal of Serbian forces. And some in my area of responsibility in Kačanik and Zahan, we had the forces of the Kosovo Liberation Army enter the area as of the 11th, and then that continued 12th, 13th, 15th of June until all of the KLA forces were found there.
Okay. Now, if we could please have on the screen SPOE 00000749 to SPOE 00000790. And witness, just to orient you, this is a document titled, actually, I think, just one second, please. Yeah, okay. 12, it says 12 June, but let me turn your attention to page SPOE 00000772, please. If we can go to paragraph 88, please. Yes, first if we could go to page 7 of the PDF just to establish the date of the document. It's a bit confusing. Yes, the date of the document is 12 July 1999, and it is the report of the Secretary General of the United Nations on the United Nations Interim Administration Mission in Kosovo. And now if we could go to SPOE 00000772, please. And in this report, the Secretary General writes in the middle of the page, and I'll read it to you so you can get a translation. Abductions have also occurred after the conflict ended. Now, is it consistent with what you just said, that is this statement of the Secretary General that the conflict had ended before the 12th of July 1999 consistent with your understanding of when the conflict ended?
So as I said, the agreement was signed on the 10th of June between NATO forces and KFOR. But it was on the 11th and 12th that the Kosovo Liberation Army units started to enter the areas. But for security reasons, there were KFOR and then MiG forces which also entered Kosovo. And if I'm not wrong, they were accompanied, and I met the very first KFOR forces in Štima on the 12th of June.
Let me ask a different question. When did fighting against Serb forces end?
The fighting ended in itself, I mean, from a frontal point of view, on the 10th of June. But on the 12th of June, that was when NATO forces entered the country and the beginning of the cooperation with NATO forces.
This document into evidence.
Just the page of the entire document.
I'll leave it to the panel. It's sufficient to me, just the page, but, and the cover page to establish the date. Page 7 and this page.
Any objection?
No objection.
SPOE 0000772 and page 7 of SPOE 0000749 to 0000790. Those 2 pages are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, the RN of the page 7 is SPOE 0000755. Those pages will receive exhibit number 1D00209, and the classification is confidential.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, witness, would you agree with me that by no later than 20 June 1999, Serb forces had withdrawn from Kosovo?
For comments,
Yes, it's quite possible that it is the 20th of June.
You, as the zone commander in Neredim, were part of the process of the demilitarization of the KLA?
Yes, I was part of the demilitarization process.
Me that beginning on or around the 21st of June 1999 and continuing all the way into September, the KLA was demilitarizing gradually until it completely demilitarized in September.
Yes, following a meeting that the zone commanders had with the Chief of Staff and the commander of KFOR forces, Mr. Jackson, as well as other KFOR officers, we were notified that we would continue with the demilitarization of the Kosovo Liberation Army up until September.
Now, at this time, so after the 10th of June 1999, were any towns in Kosovo, to your knowledge, being besieged by attack by anyone?
No, there weren't any attacks. However, there were problems once the civilian population re-entered Kosovo, but there weren't any military attacks.
Was any military party to the conflict blocking supply routes after the 10th of June 1999?
I do not remember any blocking.
Roads being closed after the 10th of June 1999 as a result of any military hostilities taking place?
I do not know about this. I don't think there was any after the 10th.
Armed clashes that took place between the KLA and Serbian forces after the 10th of June 1999?
We had a meeting with KFOR forces, Section 5, with the military forces, the American ones. After the 15th of June, we held regular meetings of the command with KFOR command.
Perhaps my question wasn't clear. Were there any armed clashes, any fighting between the KLA and Serbian forces after the 10th of June, to your knowledge?
No, I do not recall any clashes of this sort.
Were heavy weapons such as tanks or other heavy vehicles being used in conflict after the 10th of June 1999, to your knowledge?
No, they were taken under control by KFOR.
KLA or Serbian forces firing from heavy weapons after the 10th of June, 1999.
I do not recall any such thing.
Civilian casualties from conflict after the 10th of June, 1999.
I have no knowledge of that because it was no longer part of our responsibilities, because following 1244 resolution and KFOR forces entering Kosovo and them taking responsibility, as well as ANMIC.
Any civilians being forced to flee from combat zones after the 10th of June, 1999.
Civilians, they did not have to flee, but if they wanted to move, of course they could move around.
Are you familiar with any UN Security Council resolutions following the 10th of June, 1999, expressing any concern about an ongoing armed conflict in Kosovo after the 10th of June, 1999?
No, I do not remember it.
Topic, again, to the question of the demilitarization. The demilitarization caused tensions within the KLA. Is that correct?
Yes, there were soldiers who did not wish for the KLA to demilitarize itself.
A participant in meetings of zone commanders with General Mike Jackson.
Yes.
Correct that General Jackson was trying to convince you as the zone commanders about the need to comply with obligations to demilitarize.
Yes, that's correct.
Correct that one of the means of convincing you as the zone commanders to demilitarize was the promise that a Kosovo Protection Corps would be established.
Yes, that was a promise, and later there was an agreement on it.
DHT 04101 to DHT 04106 on the screen, please. And this is a New York Times article from the 22nd of June, 1999, and it says NATO to consider letting Kosovars set up a new army. And if we could turn to page 4 in the article, please. And it says, quotes General Cheku, it says, it quotes a senior diplomat discussing General Cheku's comments. It says, General Cheku said we had to ease them out of their role. We couldn't just throw them out in the cold. Now, is that consistent with your understanding of the importance of setting up the Kosovo Protection Corps as a means of encouraging KLA zone commanders and others to demilitarize?
Yes, this is how we discussed it in the meetings.
The document into evidence.
Correction.
No.
DHT 04101 to DHT 04106 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The document will receive exhibit number 1D00201. Classification is public.
Thank you. Madam Court Officer, if we could please have on the screen SPOE 0000000734 to SPOE 0000000736, please. At page SPOE 00000734.
Your Honor, for this document, it shouldn't be broadcast to the public, and we would need to address it in private session due to Rule 107 restrictions.
I don't have a problem with that, Mr. President, but I note the legend at the top of the page, but I'm not sure if it still has some secret classification.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm told it's a Rule 107 document, so it can be used with the witness, but in private session.
Just to be cautious, we'll go into private session for
That's
this,
fine.
please.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So witness, does that mean, or do you agree with me, that by definition, anybody who was outside of an assembly point with a weapon or in a KLA uniform was violating the orders that had been given by Agim Cheku and the zone commanders?
Yes, that person would not have complied with the K4 orders or those of the zone commanders or the chief of staff of the KLA.
Finally, witness, General Jackson met with you as the zone commanders multiple times to try to encourage you to comply with the undertaking, correct?
Correct.
One final example, and then I'll conclude. SPOE 00212586 to 00212692. And this is a book that was written by General Jackson. And in particular at page SPOE 00212680. Now, do you recall in September that General Jackson convened another meeting as the demilitarization process was completing, and that General Clark showed up? Do you recall that event?
Yes.
General Jackson needed General Clark to give you, the zone commanders, a speech about why it was important to conclude the demilitarization process.
Yes, I recall it.
Well, I'm going to start reading from the passage in the book because we're close to the end. What's wrong? It's not on the screen. SPOE 00.
212680.
I guess it's still loading. So let me just read it to you, witness. It says, I spoke, meaning General Jackson speaking here, I spoke to Wes Clark, who suggested he should fly in to add weight to the negotiation. That seemed sensible to me. I finally got to bed at 6:30 and was up again at 10. Wes arrived at 1400 hours, and the KLA delegation was with us 45 minutes later. Wes was in his element, working the room confidently, telling stories about his experiences in Vietnam, which had the KLA zone commanders hanging on his every word. After he made a rousing, virulently anti-Serb speech that would have had our diplomats reeling if they could have heard what he was saying, it became clear that the differences between the two sides had narrowed. We resolved the issue of the insignia, agreeing on an outline of the shape of Kosovo itself. Off the top of her head, our new Canadian political advisor came up with a wording on one of the remaining issues, access to weapons, which satisfied everybody. More names were bandied about. Would we be prepared to call the organization the Kosovo Guard? Silence. It sounds too military, Cheku responded, and then everyone started to laugh. Is that consistent with your recollection of General Clark coming in and having to convince you as the zone commanders to agree to the final step in the demilitarization process?
Yes, it did occur. We had a huge amount of respect for General Clark, who during the war led the NATO forces and the NATO air campaign. And because of our respect for him as an American and NATO general, General Jackson invited him in to convince us in relation to the transformation of the Kosovo Liberation Army into the Kosovo Protection Corps.
If I could tender this excerpt from the book into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No.
SPOE 00212-586 to SPOE 00212-692. You want the entire document or just the page?
Just the page is fine.
That page, SPOE 00212-680 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. That one page will receive exhibit number 1D00214, and current classification is confidential.
I think it can be public. Yeah.
It can be reclassified as public.
Thank you.
Thank you. Witness, thank you very much for answering my questions. Mr. President, that concludes my cross-examination.
Witness, you're finished with your testimony for today. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you for being with us today, and we wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you, Mr. Hodai, for your presence as well. You may now leave the room with the court usher.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just have one housekeeping matter. I'm told that 1D00209 currently has a confidential classification, and it's a public document. It can be made public.
As long as there's no objection, it can be reclassified as public.
Could you quickly remind me which one that is?
It's a UN report.
The Security Council?
Yes.
Yeah, or general? Yes, no objections.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We're adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow.
All rise.